I want to get a ship, but $45 for a ship is like, can you get cheaper?
Well, technically that's the way to get into the game too, is buying a ship actually. The ship is what really makes the game, because then based on how many people you have and what type of missions you like to do or whatever, like honestly, like that one time we were still learning. So, well, I think I forgot the buttons already.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to remember them too, because
do I have to do anything with the options since I redid the game? I don't think so.
Should have to.
Oh, now I got my second camera. Hold on. How would I... Oh, I think it's being used by OBS. Shoot.
Shotgun shells.
They find more ammunition, and by now, Luna
actually deactivate it. It is deactivated. So technically, it should work in game day.
In a park, a suspect.
Head tracking. Wow.
Of a police officer.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that too. I'm gonna try my camera. See how that works.
Phone device. Should be this one. But where's my webcam? Head tracking. I think I had to do faceware, right?
I think so, yeah.
Let's see, calibrate. It's not working. What was it that I had to do to choose my camera? I don't remember.
I totally like screwed up my keyboard.
I see it
yesterday, and now I got because I took the keys all apart and cleaned it. That was the worst mistake I ever did, because now my keys, I get some that clack.
My second camera's not even being detected. Why?
So I'm gonna have to do something with my keyboard or buy a new one.
No.
I don't like this clacking. Can you hear it?
Oh yeah, the clacking, yeah.
Compared to the other key?
It's crazy, bro.
Just by taking the keyboard apart and cleaning it all up, because I wanted everything clean. I wanted to clean the bottom and everything, but...
Dude, my launch screen... Oops, sorry. Remember my launch screen? I used to see the logo screen for a long time. It actually goes quicker now.
Cool, nice.
Yeah, the LCD didn't make a difference on that part.
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
Oh yeah, even that loading with the ship, whatever. Alright, I'm trying to get my
Yeah, after I switched mine to SSD, I was getting in the game like a couple minutes, and before like 10 minutes, I had to sit there waiting. Aaron and I was sitting there waiting for me, like, what's taking so long? Like, I put it on my hard drive on accident. He should have told me to put it on my SSD before I downloaded it, so I would have known. Yeah, I guess tomorrow morning they're gonna have a reveal on what they're gonna do and what launch date's gonna be for last year. So.
Well, that's good.
Zach Kimmer is at a loss for words. The tears dripping down his face show just how much it hurts.
Right now I'm looking at this current monitor, but he says it's broken, the screen's cracked, so I wonder if it could be... I know you can fix it, but I wonder how much hassle that would be.
She was hit by a truck. Where it happened. Couple's last
I'm trying to see if dude, I don't know why my second camera's not working. Because you're offline.
Okay, I gotta relaunch it because I'm gonna try my camera out.
Yeah, because I know the camera's good for like in game, like if you're doing the voice comms thingy, which I still yet to learn how to do. But yeah, bro, I don't know, it's not working. Back IR. It's only detecting my one. Oh, now it detected. Okay, what was it that we needed? The MPG? I don't remember. I think it's this one. Same. Okay, so I think I just gotta choose it, and then
Calibrate it.
I think I gotta choose it, hit back, and I think I gotta reset the game.
Yeah, you have to restart the game, I think.
Okay, so I'm launching back in now. Now I gotta keep that background launcher open, right?
City of Light.
I'm not sure. I think so, yeah.
Police say it happened on Saturday.
I had to get mine all set up too, because I had to plug it back in because I unplugged it because they kept picking up my audio too.
Hmm. Oh, I picked up your audio?
So webcams going at the same time, or two microphones were working at the same time.
Oh, yeah, true, because the webcams do got microphones built in.
But this time I didn't plug in the microphone port, so hopefully it doesn't do that this time.
Yeah, now my webcam's on, so I think I'm good. I think now it's working. So in game, it should actually let me do it a lot better than what it was. Take a look here.
Which one is it? So where do you have to go to get that?
So you go to comms FOIP hit tracking. And then you just go to faceware camera device. I prefer MJPG, but you don't have to be super fancy with it.
Okay, faceware rotation. Okay, enable VoIP.
Yeah, speaking of that, hold on. Enable level activated voice transmission. No. Alright, well, we'll find out if there's background noise or not. Oh no, you could change your microphone device, like, for, audio. I just use the same as my external mic. Alright, so that should be good, bro. Did you get online? Yeah, I see you on. How do we do this? I forgot how we do this. Invite party? There we go.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get this thing to work. Where's the camera thing at? I don't see that.
It should be in your... Did you go to... Okay, so options and then the last tab in the top right.
Okay, I got that up here.
And
I
then
got microphone device.
Scroll down until you see faceware camera. It'll be one of the boxes where it has a drop down.
Okay, I have a faceware Okay, maybe this is right here. What? Faceware camera device. Recommended. Prefer MJPG.
Yeah, that's just a camera format. So definitely you want to go with that if the game's recommending it. But you could probably use anything really. The other ones might cause, severe. I wouldn't really go high FPS or high resolution. Like I'm only going to do 640 by 480, 30 FPS. I don't want to do anything too crazy. I mean, you're not really looking at your face. This is just for face tracking. It's all it's going to be used for.
Okay, for some reason it's not showing up, so maybe I have to put it...
It did it to me too. So make sure if you scroll up a bit where it shows head tracking source, make sure you turn it on because it might be off.
With the F faceware? Or do you want the track IR?
I did tracking IR. or track IR. I'm gonna try that.
Okay, so maybe I have to restart after I do
Yep, you
that.
gotta restart the game. That's what I had to do.
Because it's still not showing my camera on there. Yeah, I know it works because I've used it before, so. It's gonna be weird to actually be able to see each other talk. If it works.
Even full screen window, this still doesn't let me really full screen window. So what's the difference? Oh boy.
Okay, let's see if it works now. Okay. Face for camera device recommended. Have a. Do cameras have to be like plugged into a certain USB port?
It shouldn't really matter. As long as it's connected to your computer, as long as you got the drivers for it, it should automatically. Mine didn't pop up. I had to reset the game 3 times and play with some settings and finally got it to show up. But
Yeah,
I know mine
mine-
is because I got OBS open, so it's like using my camera. So I had to make sure I deactivated it on OBS.
Because it's not showing up still. And that's try number 2. Maybe I'm gonna have to check and see if it's actually working on my computer because. Device manager?
Oof, this game is making me stutter. Wow. Okay, we'll be all right.
Okay, it shows my camera's working, so that's not the problem.
Yo, man, I was looking at some things online with this game. There's a lot of stuff I've never seen yet. Holy crap! Like, I really want to witness more things. This game is complex.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in this game. I like the new vehicles I think we get to try out this time. There's like a motorcycle.
Really?
Like,
That'd be interesting. That's good. They're really trying to get people to get to buy the game.
Yeah, they are. Buy the game now. Okay, I don't know.
All right, how you looking on your camera? Did it pop up?
Nope.
Okay, so me, I got lights on my webcam to let me know it's on. If the light's not on, then it's not detecting your camera yet.
Yeah, I checked my device manager and said my camera's plugged in, so. What the heck? This maybe it doesn't like this camera.
Is it a different one you're using from last time?
It's. I haven't tried one before, but it's just like a cheap camera, so I don't know if it's because of that. But I've used it before on.
Right.
Webcam, well.
god.
Okay, new drivers are new drive that. Okay, faceware camera device. Yeah, see, I don't have a Logitech, I have a cheapo.
Oh yeah, Logitech seems to work for me. I don't know. It could be. I didn't even think about that. It could be the type.
Yeah, mine, I don't even have a name onto it, it's so cheap. It was like maybe a $10 one.
Never mind, that didn't work. I was hoping that.
Okay, well, maybe it won't work.
Yeah, I know Erdar messaged me earlier. I think he thought I was. Oh yeah, I saw that Resident Evil game you were playing or looking. You showed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually Resident Evil, but I think it is like the concept of it.
Yeah.
It looks weird. I don't know. It's like the zombies moved kind of funky, so I don't know. But it looks nice. Like I don't know. I might still try it. It looks like it's an alpha.
Yeah, it's an alpha right now. That's where I saw it as the alpha thing. I guess I'll just forget about this camera for now.
Yeah, camera's not working. Yeah, sometimes it's, I mean, like I said, I know last time I've had mad issues with the webcam even working.
I might have to wait until you get a better camera. I don't know.
What kind do you have plugged in?
Yeah, it's some cheap thing. I don't even know what the name brand is.
Oh, is it the same one you used last time?
It's the same. It's the same one that I've had. Yeah. It just worked on face rig, so I know it works great. It's not picking it up at all. This thing takes so much memory that I can't even get your stream to actually work right. It just don't even load.
All right, let's do this. Showtime.
Chip.
Shouldn't have tapped out there in the loading screen. That was a bad idea. Yeah, look at these ships, bro. So I've seen people spend big money on this game. Oh, and you're not even guaranteed to have it carry over in the final project. So that's what's like.
Yeah, I would be mad if I didn't.
I spent $5,000 on a spaceship. You better give it to me.
Yeah.
That or they need to keep ships strictly cosmetic if that's the case. But most of these ships have like different advantages, like, you know, the type of weapons that's on it, the space, you know, how many people you can put on there, you know. Let's see how I'm looking here, man.
Beads.
Press Y to get up. Oh, I thought we just had to move the camera.
Nope, yet. Wow.
Yep, I think I need VSync on. I'm getting image tear like a son of a gun.
Ooh, like.
Yeah, I had to turn VSync on.
I have it all.
Yeah, the new items are on here or something.
Full screen. Quality low.
Ooh, why am I getting such low FPS, bro? It's driving me nuts. Hold on. I think I just gotta let the game load. Looks like it's running better on stream than it is me. What the heck? How does that happen? I just realized I don't even have my hold on. Thank you for the 15, guys. See what happens, bro. Alright, guys. Continue on. Let's get the heck out of here. How do I do this? We got cleaning supplies. You can grab more things now. Guys, I forgot how to play this. Alright, so right now we got some Gilbies. Savior of the Squish. Wow. Playing the drums, guys. Playing the drums. So F2 does this now? Wait, what? Oh my god. You still there, Jim? Dude, I forgot how to play, bro. Why is it doing that? No. Running a little better now, which is good. that, Jim? I don't hear you, bro. Okay, now I hear something. Bro, I forgot the buttons. What?
I remember most of the buttons.
You remember most of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know F2 gives us the main or like that thingy. How do I go first person, third person? Oh, never mind. F4. Got it.
Yep.
Dude, why am I getting lower FPS than I did before?
I gotta travel to you because I'm 42 million miles away from you.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, so the game remembers where you left off.
Yep, pretty much. And I think I killed myself, so I just spawned here.
Oh, I see you now, bro. Yeah, you're far. Holy moly. Oh, what's up, Flick? Yeah, man. Dang, bro. I'm lagging, like, bad. Like, it wasn't this bad last time.
Yeah, I'm lagging pretty bad too.
I think it's server-sided.
Probably because everybody's playing now.
Probably. Yeah, because I'm getting, like, it's fluctuating from, like, 38 to, like, 30. Sometimes it even changes.
Sometimes I drop it down to like 5.
Okay, as long as it stays 30, that's all I care. 30 hurts the eyes, but at least it's playable. Oh, these are also the, I forgot how to talk in game. How do I talk? Wait, how do we do the voice comp thing? How do we call each other? Let's see, F2. Equipment manager, comms link, is that it?
Yep. And then you click mine and you go to manage. No, you go to where's that? Contact, I think it is, and then you send me a call me. What the heck? Oh wait, I think we're already a party, so we don't have to do that.
Yeah. Okay, so it says we can talk to each other. How do we do that? Oh my god, this is such a huge game to learn. There's no instruction manual. I need an OG in here. I might have to contact the Relics. He's the man, he knows. Alright, vehicle maintenance, obviously I ain't gonna have nothing with that. These are suit things, current balance. What's this? Let's try a few things here, bro. Give me a second. F11 brings this up. It's gotta be this, bro.
Yeah. I can't remember how we did it either. I know me and Arinar did it, and we could talk to each other, but I don't remember how to do it.
Connect the audio channel, channel settings. Talking about your visor, so we gotta speak to our visor, but how? You're not getting anything?
No, I'm not getting nothing.
Yeah, I see it on the top left. It shows Trix 2007's party. Oh my god, we're such noobs right now. Oh my god.
I can't even spoil to you. That's what's bad.
Oh,
Quantum travel to you.
it's gotta be in their comms link. I don't understand here. The other configurations here. This is global chat. This is. I think this is. Okay, here's our party. Screw this, bro. Options. Controls. I think it's keybind. How do I zoom out of this? Psycho. Advanced camera. Camera view. F4. Increase power. Shield. Increase weapon. Oh my god. Toggle chat window F12 so we can turn the chat off.
I don't even know how to turn the map on.
Accept invite, reject invite. Okay, landing mode will be N or M, or N, sorry.
Map? How do I do map? I forgot how to do map.
Map? I think you have to be in a ship.
Yeah, I'm in a ship.
Maybe tab, scan mode toggle?
Nope. F12 gets rid of chat. Oh, what was it? I can't remember. Q? Nope, that's the. Oops.
Oh, I think it's working.
There we go. It works.
Alright, press F11 and then just... I got what I pressed. Okay, hold on. So I can back out and still talk to you, right?
Yep.
Wait, how do I get my arm up? Wait, what happened? Okay, so I see your camera. Okay, what do you see on your end?
I see nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing new.
Okay, so I'm seeing you on your ship right now. You're flying through your spaceship right now. That's what I'm looking at.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm looking through your visor. So wait, how did we do this? F11. Okay, comms channel established. Oh, I see you doing something with your arm.
Oh, I can see you now.
Oh, you see me now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think you gotta be first person. I don't think it works in third person.
Oh wow, you look like you're having a
I think
stroke.
like, right? Oh, yours ain't no better, bro. Trust me. Okay, so we had to do a direct message. That's what we had to do here. Okay, so how did we look at each other's face?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, your character just like her head like bent.
Oh my god, dude. We're such... I don't know anything. Hold on. Alright, what do we want to do now? We want to...
I'm trying to figure out how to fly to you.
I don't know. Page up or page down? I don't understand what this is.
Oh, I just need
Your star map is F2.
star map F2. Okay.
Yeah.
So mine is working too then?
Yeah.
My camera works kind of.
Yeah, so I see like your character looking at his hand right now. Like but your head is missing obviously because you know. So what do you see on your screen? You're seeing what I'm looking at?
I actually see you. I'm looking like right in your face.
my character?
Uh-huh.
Is it moving?
Yeah, your mouth moves, but it looks like you're having a stroke. Your eyes are blinking and you're winking.
Oh, I'm being weird. Hold on, bro. How did you get your? Oh, I think you need to turn your camera. I think that's what it is. I think you got yourself probably because you're in a ship.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if I was outside
But
the
I
ship.
thought I was supposed to hold a thing in my hand. Select the entity additional details. Wait, what?
What the?
Can you hear me in game or no?
I don't hear you in game. I think I'd be closer to you. I'm not sure because 42 million kilometers away, I think that made out.
Yeah, well, this is the future. I'm pretty sure we're not worrying about cell phone towers or towers.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 13 FPS? What the bro? This lag is unbearable. It's gotta be the server, bro. So what do I need to do here? We need to do something. I can't. This is not playable. No, 10 FPS, 15. No, my eyes hurt.
Okay, so what planet are you at?
Let me try something. I might know why. Hold on, guys.
Oh, you see? Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you. Let's go here. Set route.
Oh no!
There we go. I'll be to your place in about a half an hour.
Half an hour. We'll meet up. Let me think here. While are you doing that? I gotta work on this FPS, bro. There's no way I can play like this. Like, I'm not. I mean, I just want solid 30 and I'm good. You know, don't need nothing crazy.
Yeah, you
Alright,
might have
so-
to lower some settings.
Our citizen.
I got mine on low. It looks still pretty good, so
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
it looks like you're playing on high anyway. So, and I actually have a good heart or graphics card, but it won't play this game. I tried the high settings, and oh man, I was getting like maybe 5 frames.
Ooh.
That was bad.
If you're using Windows 10, please consider checking out Windows 10 Tweaking Gaming Guide. 12 gigs of RAM is really the minimum to run Star Citizen without major concessions. Shadow Cloud Gaming Services. There are services like Shadow that allow you to remotely access a powerful Windows 10 gaming PC using... Oh yeah, I remember that one. Grab the latest graphics card driver, blah, 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 blah. Search your game options. Okay, hold on. Let me look here real quick. Okay, so in game options, make sure we have... chromatic abbreviation to 0. Why is it at 100?
What is chromatic aberration?
I don't know. What's yours? Is it on?
Mine's off. I turned everything off.
Oh, maybe that's what's causing my lag. I'm gonna do 50 for now and see what's going on here. I think that's like a chrome reflection or something. I'm not 100%. I could be completely wrong.
Oh, mine is all the way up too. Okay, I'll turn it off.
Yeah, fine. Let me just turn that to 0.
I gotta turn off
Motion
the-
blur off, VSync off. Okay, VSync off. I thought that would make it better though.
Okay, will this like make us restart the game? No, it didn't. Okay, cool. Let's try that now.
Ay. Setting your page files. Star Citizen 3 still likes RAM and page files, but less than before. Typically, it's best to allow Windows to handle this, but it keeps going into a single drive. Press Windows key, click search box, search for control, click on it, click System Advanced Setting tab. Oh, wow. Shoot. Dum 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 dum. This is crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is. This game
Alright.
is the best.
Yeah, at least I'm getting somewhere though.
You could have a $10,000 computer that still would like kill your computer.
Right. Okay, so I need to do this for my D drive then. My D drive is not paging anything, that's why.
Did you want to try that one game out sometime on the stream? That stream game? Stream Captain?
Oh yeah. We still gotta do that. I did get added on there, never did that yet.
It'll definitely keep everybody busy in the chat. It's fun. I like it. I think I'm like 20 million kilometers away now.
There's so much to do for this game. Oh my god. There's a really nice thread that might help, even though this is just like a reference.
Yeah, my settings are all off or low.
Did all this already. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh, you know what else it could be? I didn't even think about it. I just, yeah. Where was it? Thomas is gonna. Oh, Jay, really, bro?
I do. I'm eating right now.
Okay, so the NVIDIA new control panel, I noticed that the DS factors and DSR smoothness was up kind of high for my global settings, so I just fixed that and see what's going to happen here. Maybe that will help.
I think I learned how to do mine because I know how to do mine since it's a different card. It's AMD.
Yeah, that I have no idea.
But I did figure out how to learn overclock with it.
There you go. Yeah, I'm skeptical. Honestly, cards don't even need overclock anymore. Most of them are factory overclock, or the only thing I do is custom fan curves. Everything else, not so much.
Yeah, mine's already overclocked, but I just overclocked a little bit more. It did help a little bit. I actually had some better performance, but
This might be server. I'm not sure what this is all about here. Yeah, this is crazy, bro.
it seems like there's a lot of people in there because that chat is going crazy.
Yeah.
And usually it's not that busy, so yeah, there's gotta be a lot of people just in the server right now. Everybody's getting their free play on.
There's just so much being loaded right now at once. Let me get out of here. Maybe the outside world would be better.
Yeah, I was lagging where I was at too. My place I'm at is a lot.
Yeah, because I'm at the main base right now.
Yeah, I was at the one that you loaded when you first joined the game, but it's a lot smaller where you're at now because that place is huge.
Hey, I heard you're a wild one. Well, where do I need to go? I gotta go down, right? Oh, what floor is the ground floor I need to go, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Forgot I gotta hold F. Over here tapping it, left clicking, like, oh my god, I forgot I'm like, man, bro, you're making me hungry with the McDonald's. Holy moly, jabroni!
I'm just having some chips right now. Yeah, it's weird how you have to hold and click do anything. Come battle 11 million miles away.
Oh, this lag, 10 FPS, bro, 15, really? Oh my god, the skipping, bro. Unbearable. I can't do this. Graphics. Let me try. You said low?
Yeah, that's why I got it on low. It still looks pretty good for low.
It's the same.
Yeah, it looks exactly the same. It doesn't change much at all.
Still lagging. I think it's because of the smoke here. There's smoke.
It's a huge place.
From a night in town.
And somebody's standing in the air. What the hell?
Outlet helps you dress to
I just seen that
impress.
camera
Fashion
turn, man. That was lag.
Yeah, bro, that was bad.
Like you stopped and then just started turning it again.
Oh, this is. I can't do this, bro. This hurts the eyeballs. Come on, man. It ran so fine. Oh, I think I'm at the most laggiest place. Somebody was telling me this the one time.
The most current
This place
trends
is
in
huge.
classes.
It's
At
really
Kasaba
laggy.
Outlet, you'll always find the latest styles.
Once you get out of that place, you're fine. But that place is. If you go walk around that whole place, yeah, it's huge. That's the place that me and Aaron are played around for like 3 hours just walking around the place. And we never did explore the whole
Looking
place.
to make an
We
impression?
left.
Won't break the bank. Kasaba Outlet offers outfits worth owning and
I don't
private.
understand. Everything's turned down. Maybe I can change the resolution? By 720 maybe? It does nothing.
Welcome to Kasaba Outlet. Everyday clothing at everyday prices.
Once I get there, we can get out of there. We don't have to worry about that. So we'll be so laggy then.
Okay, forgot how to get out of here. These are shopping areas.
I'm almost there. I got 4 million miles to go to this one place, and I got another 3 million miles to get to you. It shouldn't be too much longer. Do you see that fizz thing? Where the water? Isn't that cool?
That is really cool. I like that.
Looks like you're walking into soda. Getting rained down by pink Kool-Aid or whatever it's supposed to be. Fizz.
Right, that's interesting.
That's why that place is so laggy, because there's so much detail in everything.
Yeah, I'm at 1 FPS here. There we go. Spectrum's still here. Look at that. Where's AT&T? Bro, there's just too much detail and animated things going on. That's why I like.
Yeah, that place is bad. Could you imagine with me and my potato computer in there? I would not even move.
Oh man,
I would teleport from one place to another.
that is crazy.
And we did that for about 3 hours. We were messing around on that island or that planet, and it was crazy.
I forgot how to get out of here, bro. I don't know how to leave. All I see is a bunch of food stands and clothes. This is like a lot of markets going. There's so much NPCs, bro.
Yeah, that hurts that area too, because there's a lot of NPCs there.
Oh man. Shoot. Oh, God, all this food again is making me hungry.
Oh yeah, I see all the food up there. Was it the Whammers burger?
Oh my
Burritos,
God.
tacos, hot dogs.
Oh, I gotta get the heck out of here, bro. How do I navigate? Okay, there's the Dumpers Depot. Always open. What's this place?
I'm almost there, so. So once I get
It
that.
runs a little better in here once I'm out of all that out there. What's this for? Oh, this is like the dump?
Looks like a bar. And that's like where you take stuff that you have to deliver sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Commission, do that kind of stuff. It looks like I got my buddy off my head. That's that.
Oh, God, this trash can looks pretty damn good.
Search through it to see if there's any bottles into it. Like I said. Grand Theft Auto.
Right. Oh my God, even the music is lagging. And my sound is all over the place.
What? I didn't do anything.
Okay. There's gotta be something I can do. Let me go back up. Oh, I'm at the Astro Armada. That okay.
Wow, okay, I just lagged really bad. My audio just cut out completely.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, this place is bad. I'm there now, so I'll be landing here in a few seconds. I don't crash. What the heck was that?
Oh man. What's up, Big Ape? How are you, bro? Yeah, you just hit the go live broadcast button. So all you gotta do, guys. Give me just a moment. Hold on. Okay.
I almost passed out. What happened? I just got shot down. Wow.
Okay. See what else we got going on up in here, guys. It's showtime. All right, Jay, where'd you go, bro? Oh, you just you took out the comms feed?
Oh, I got shot down.
You got shot down?
Yep.
Oh, you were supposed to request for landing. I forgot how to do that. Don't ask.
I was trying to, I couldn't do it with the comm up, I guess. I don't know, because it didn't give me the option and they shot me down. Maybe just because I still had that bounty on my head, I'm not sure, because it don't show it, but...
Oh, you buy ships here? Yeah, 972,000? Holy moly. Yep, I ain't buying any of these. Back out. That's out of the question. No, back out. I gotta hit the X. Oh, okay.
Okay, I think my game froze up. I'm not sure. Oh, there it goes finally.
So, when you got shot down, what happened?
They destroyed my ship, and I got a black screen, so it's taking forever to load. I'm probably going to be loading back in there on that island planet.
I don't remember which way I need to go. Oh, Arcork Plaza? No. Oh my god, dude, I'm lost. Oh, I think I go this way.
You had to go on the train, I know that.
Now I'm by the outlet and ammo. Ooh, the rotating hot dog. The game, this place runs a little better, but
There's a train that takes you to the chips and everything. You have to find the train. I'm not sure. Sonic.
it's got to be somewhere then, right?
Yeah. I might have to leave and come back because my game died.
Okay, I'm back at the biz thing. Okay, no wonder there's not that many players here. They probably don't want to lag.
Yeah, that place is bad.
Okay, here's the zones, medical units, zone 3. City Flight, I think this is it. City Flight Transit, yep. Wait, do I have to buy tickets?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It's all free.
think I just went through the, yeah, I went through the exit. Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, you'll get warned too, but they won't do anything to you.
Hey, welcome to Area 18.
Okay, but
Okay, so this is the convention center, and then Area 18 spaceport. So spaceport's where I need to go. Wow, this place is freaking huge, bro. It feels like real life, like I'm here for real, and I really don't know where I'm going.
yeah, it's
Okay. I'm at the Arc Flight train station. I think this is it. I see.
there should be trains coming in. It'll tell you how fast you have to get on the train too, because if you miss the train, you have to wait.
Oh god. Oh, it's approaching. Oh, it's here. Okay, I get on.
What do you turn over?
Well, it's not too bad. It's pretty reasonable.
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors.
I forgot how to sit down again.
I don't think you can. Oh, maybe you can.
It's highlighted.
It has to be red, I think, to get it to the other one.
It's moving. This is amazing. It's like I'm actually in the future.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's fast too. That train is fast. Seems like it's going fast, but it's fast.
Oh boy. Okay. So right now it looks like it is. I don't know where it's going.
47 people playing, so yeah, that's why it's so laggy.
It's what?
There's 47 people playing, that's why it's so laggy.
Oh. Oh, I see the traffic. There's 47 people in this world.
Yep. On the game right now, so that's why it's laggy.
Oh.
Join party cup.
It's like 5M. Remember 5M? If you got too many players, it does the same thing.
Yep.
It's because the game's got to render everything for each player, plus it's got to send the information to the other players of what you're getting too. So it's like, okay, so I get off here.
Yeah, the next stop, yep.
Tram now leaving the station.
What the hell is this? Oh, aerospace. I think this is it.
Yep.
Spaceport. This way. It's a nice looking area though. Customs
Yeah,
area.
it's nice.
Restricted area. We are now leaving a green zone. Okay. Never mind, not that one. Where do I go? Yeah, I think I see one of the vehicles now in the pictures. These look kind of cool. So you can like explore the planets and stuff.
Yeah.
It takes all of us working together to keep
I think I finally found a ship area. Oh, VIP lounge?
and report possible threats every time.
There's... I'm back.
Oh my god, I don't know if I remember how to fly. I know N is the landing thing. So what do I got here? The Aegis Avenger Titan. So what are we gonna do? We could change.
Welcome to Riker Memorial Spaceport, servicing the greater Area 8.
Looks like this is the only one it's letting me do.
We hope you have safe travels wherever your
Tell me what I got, too.
destination may be.
They said there was more, but I don't know where you can get it
Well,
at.
here's Traveler. Get out of here today. Touchscreen. Okay, so oh yeah, these ones you can rent. The Aegis Avenger Titan we're using costs 15,000. So if I make enough money in game and buy one, does that mean I keep
For
the game?
latest travel information, be sure to check the departure
I'm just joking.
conveniently
No,
located.
I think...
Yeah, you know that ain't gonna happen.
Yep.
Okay, so because this is obviously not a really good city we want to be in. it's retrieving my vehicle.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
I have to go back there because I
Obey all security and customs
gotta find a place to go
personnel at all
because
times. Their
I went
job
off.
is yours.
Hangar 4? What the hell is that? Oh, hangar elevators. Okay, cool. Oh my god, dude, I'm really reading signs. Like if I'm like all 3. So at least some of the areas are kind of like the other ones.
System. And on our core, all AAA
Hangars.
are still in effect.
Oh, I know what is what. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just gotta take the elevator. Okay.
That's a nice package.
Oh, how do I talk in game? I forgot.
I'm just
Hit the what? Check your key bindings.
I just
How the hell do you talk?
I have no clue. I don't even see it. Cycle. I don't see it.
I don't know, bro. Activate chat boxes, enter. Not seeing anything for chatting. Honestly, dude, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't see anything for it. I thought it was me, but these for some. Ooh. Right.
Oh, I see the elevator. It's moving me towards a ship. Okay.
Okay, contracts manager. Let's see what we got here.
Alright, bear with me, guys. We're not going to be doing so good right now, so this is going to be a really interesting flight because I am not going to be able to do good.
Jared and then
Yeah, my game runs way better out here, bro. Oh, yes. Oh, thank God I'm out of that area.
yeah, those areas. That area is bad.
Oh, my moly. 8700K and 1080 Ti, bro. Can't handle that area. It's too OP. Where the hell is my ship? Is this hangar 4? Oh, I gotta go this way. You're gonna make me run 1,000 meters, really?
You want to do the belly? AUEC. Let's do that one.
Wait a minute, something ain't right. Hold on. I think I was supposed to go to H4. This is A. No, this is...
Let's do that one. Say missions like this on Grand Theft Auto.
It looks like it's. Oh, now I'm getting close to my ship. I got off at a different wrong stop. Jeez.
There's a bigger mission than that.
Uh-huh. There's my ship. Yay. Yay. I found it.
For,
Who, what?
I got a few missions for us. I'll share them to you.
Okay. I forgot how to do this. How do I get in my ship again? Oh, the cargo part, right? Oh, I think I can get in from the front of the ship, too.
You have to go to the back, I think. At least that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, let's look at one of the cargoes here.
Okay. Oops. Shut the engine off. Let's see. I did, you know.
Wow. Okay. On my ship. Use interaction mode F to start your ship. Look for the flight ready cockpit button. Shortcut R. R is to start.
Aegis combat assist activated.
Okay, did you accept
Systems
the
green. Launch complete.
You push R or
Look at how sensitive it is here.
Yeah, it is. And landing gear is
How the heck do I get out of here?
and you have to ask for permission, so push F.
Oh, to leave?
Yep. Because you're inside of
Oh, I see it. What's that?
So push F. Push F11.
Use left shift to activate F11.
F11, yep.
Which one was it again? Arms link?
Contact. And then it'll say port, whatever, or wherever you're at. You click on that one.
Oh, these
Go
are
to contact.
contracts, my bad.
Okay, go to contacts.
I don't see no contacts. Oh, wait. No.
F11. Go to F11. You're at the right place the first time.
Oh, I see it. The Area 18 landing service.
Yep, you have to ask permission to leave. Since you're in a bay, you have to actually... You just have to click on that little speaker like... click on the little
Oh, there we
speaker
go.
icon. There you go. Yep.
I'm gonna call them.
Yep, you gotta call them and then they'll open the bay doors because you're inside of a building basically where your ship's at.
Okay.
I just have to take... Because if you fly out there without the bay door open, you're gonna crash your ship, you're gonna blow up. And that would not be good.
Oh yeah, so it's open up top.
Yep. And if you want to change the view too, so you can see better. What was it? Or F4. You can look at F4. You can see better.
You know, all these red lasers are scary, bro.
I know.
So scary. All right, so I'm up in the air.
Yeah, those are like no fly zones. You can't fly in that area, or you will get like we. Did you accept the mission that
I don't know if I did or not. What do I do? F11? Where's that
Should be
mission? Contacts?
F1.
Or F1?
Yeah, F1 and contracts.
Oh, okay, down there. Contacts manager.
And then go to the accepted one and see what you have there.
I got 0.
You might have to invite me back to the party. It says I'm still in the party. For some reason they didn't. Okay, let's try it again.
Oh, I see it here. You did this one, accept offer. Oh, wait. Well, these are all different ones. Shoot, which one are we doing?
Should be one that I sent you. Should be.
Oh, I know what you sent me.
Those, they should pop up on your screen when I share them to you, so.
And none are
Yeah,
accepted. Oh, I see from... Yeah, these are different people. None of these are yours.
Okay, back out of that. See if it actually pops up on your screen when I share them to you.
Okay.
Because as long as you're in the com link, I can't send them to you. They won't show. It's not doing anything with it.
Okay.
Okay. I joined the party again. Let's see if that works. Okay, it says I'm in the party, so...
Oh.
Okay, I guess I have to abandon them.
Let me see something. F11. Let me get out of this. I think I'm still in the comms link with you.
And of course, I don't have the missions now. That's cool. Heavy Hunter. Let's do that.
Who, what?
The missions I had are gone now. That's.
Oh, yeah, now I see... Nah, man, none of them. There's no contracts from you.
Okay, I've accepted some more, so I can share them with you. Okay, count. See if they actually go through.
Oh, hold on. Do it again.
You need. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, bro. Nothing's popping up right now.
Okay. Well, let's try this. I'm gonna leave the party and come back.
Okay.
Landing gear retracted. Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted.
Oh no! Ooh, that's weird, man. Weird.
Okay. Did you get a call?
Nope.
What the heck?
Like the members, so 49 people can be in a server, or is it like per region?
It's like the full server is 40 to 50 people total.
Okay.
Try contacting me, see if it works.
Let me take a look real quick. JJJ, where you at? Members. So you're on here. I gotta look for J13. The hell? Where you at?
We already there's a problem about it, so I've got five now. We all got
Am I not on your contacts list?
Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, no, wait, wrong way. Remove from contacts. Hold on, click on you, and then what?
You?
Just click on the little speaker thingy or whatever it is on the side there.
My game just froze.
Wow, this is... We might have to actually leave because...
Yeah, my game crashed, I think.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is not a good time to play, baby. No! So what happens now since I'm in midair?
I'm gonna leave too and go to...
Oh man, yeah, I see 43 people's here now. Or wait, yep, I gotta force close it. It crashed.
I think it's being buggy anyway, because my... It's just shared with you.
Alright, I'm going back in again. See what happens.
Yeah, I just left my games. Get back to the party. I couldn't even call you. Every time I called you, it was just like instantly. Am I the only one watching the stream? Wow.
What happened? Yeah, right? That's crazy, bro. You know what's weird? Like right now, like let's say if I was mobile streaming around this time, it's pretty slow. But it picks up like at 3, 4 in the morning.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but by that time I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
Oh man, probably the lags to get everybody away. Right, like, oh my eyeballs, no! J13 has invited you to join the party. Look bracket, okay. I'm in.
Okay, yeah, let's go. See if we crash again and everything dies.
Right? Music kind of reminds me of Mass Effect a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
I love the Mass Effect. Mass Effect has so much potential. The next one they make, they better do good. Part 4, it better be amazing. Because Andromeda doesn't count.
Yeah, that.
That was, I mean, it was cool, but it was not Mass Effect. Oh no, there was just something about it. I think they tried, but then they lied because they promised something with 4K and didn't even do it. Like, Alright, I'm loading back in now. Oh god, back to the lag.
Okay, so.
Well, I'm getting more FPS this time. I'm getting 40.
Ooh, that's not bad.
40 and 50 now, not no freaking 20 or...
Okay, let's see if this works. I'm gonna share this with you right now, see if it works. Yep, that one worked. Okay, so we're left bracket to accept that one.
I can't get out of bed, I'm stuck.
You're stuck? What? Oh, there. Push Y?
Oh, I'm pressing F. Yeah, bro, now FPS is good. Yeah, what the hell? Why is it running good this time and not the other time?
Probably too many people in.
How many people are in this one? Let's see. $47 people. Oh, but I'm in a different location. I think I'm at a different base. Yeah, so I think I had to reset the game for it to take effect. Oh no, I'm back at the R-Core. Yeah, bro, now the game's running phenomenal. Yep. Okay, 35 FPS. I can deal with this. See, this is okay. With that 30, 20, 10, 15, 5 stutters, freeze my PC type lag? No. How was the elevator?
Right?
You're right.
You can use my PC for about a week.
That's another random person.
Okay, there's a good one. Okay.
Alright, so I'm back here again.
Okay, I'll send you these missions real quick here. Accepted.
I don't know how to talk in game.
Oh, I can't do it. Okay, there, but I won't do that one. Did you get those missions?
I think so. Hold on. Let me F11, right?
You have to click the bracket first to...
F11 contact. No, not contacts. Contracts. Hold on. We might be getting somewhere. Accepted. Yeah, I see it. The FTO courier assignment. I see it's from... No, it's from FTO couriers. Maybe I accepted the wrong one.
You should be 5 of them total, so I have to send the rest of them to you again.
Oh, how do I know they're from you?
What can I do for you?
When they pop up on your screen, you have to accept them. You accepted the first one, but I sent like 5 of them, so...
Oh, contract shared. See, I'm accepting the wrong ones. Do it again.
Okay, you have to back out of that first.
I can't talk right now.
Share them again.
Oh, everybody's throwing out contracts. Hold on. Alright, beautiful harvest. Hold on, I'm waiting for your name.
That one's one of mine. So any of the ones that say shared are the ones that I have. You're declining them all. Who's betting for harvest?
That's what I'm saying.
It's just...
Huh?
Because it says it's contract shared, and that should be B, but why is it saying bountiful? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was somebody else.
Okay, let's try it again.
Okay.
We'll do one at a time.
Okay. Not all of them?
Send the rest of it. Make sure it's coming in right this time, because that was... Maybe it's because that pickup shipment, that's what it is that pickup shipment from Bountiful. It's covered up my name, probably. That should be all the missions I have right now. It's the best.
Okay, did I get them on? What am I missing? I should have accepted them all, right?
I had... Maybe...
Yeah, I think that was just a bad server, because now I'm getting 30, 40 FPS. Okay, good. Alright, pick up shipment. Okay, there's a lot of... Oh, that's all 48,000 some miles away.
Kasaba outlet offers outfits worth owning and prices too good to pass up.
I forgot which way I need to go. The hee-haw-hoo-wah? Find a tram station again.
Yeah, I'm super close.
The train.
Now leaving the station.
Ooh, I made it in. If I stand between the doors, will I die? I'm not gonna test it.
Never tried it, so I don't know. And the one thing you don't want to do is if you're in a ship with somebody else, don't jump.
Don't jump?
You may or may not fly out of the ship. I did that. We were in Quantum Drive and I jumped and I flew out of the ship with Arinar. He had to come back and get me.
Oh, wow.
And I was like 22 million miles away from him, so I'm...
Wow. It's okay. Is that you too?
Now arriving.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm...
Alright, so finally made it here.
It takes all of us working together to keep ArcCorp safe and secure.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Possible threats every time.
Hangar 3. Alright, let me go hit the Hangar 3 up and let's go.
Please be aware that while in the Stanton system and on ArcCorp, all UEE common laws are still in effect.
There we go.
Hello, and welcome to Rockwell Memorial Spaceport. Servicing the
Wait, what the? Am I missing something here?
We hope you have safe travels wherever your final destination may be.
They killed the guy before you got it.
Oh, hangars, duh. You said what?
Flex.
From transforming worlds to exploring the stars.
Alright, here we go again. Did it spawn you back to the other spaceship thingy? Alright, what do we have? That's not my ship. Oh yeah, that is my ship. Alright, I'm in my ship now.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. Systems green.
You are clear to launch.
Okay.
Launch complete.
Thank you. Please visit again.
Alright, so where's our objectives again?
Thank you. Did I burn? Oops.
Man, how do I get out of this town, city?
Yeah.
Landing gear retracted.
Figured it out.
You did?
Engines overheating.
Oh, I did break some. No, my ship. Uh-oh.
No, you did? Big Planet Man. I forgot how we
My ship's up for the. My ship's up. Just by the.
who what?
Do you see that target zone?
I need to get exit atmosphere. I need to get out of this area. How the heck I get out of here? Let me see, start
Okay.
2 map.
Do you see? I got the right now. So
Okay, here's ArcCorp.
you push B to guild. That's up. You hold B to travel.
And once I press B, and then what?
What I gotta do? I broke my ship.
Hold on, I need to get out of here.
Travel up higher. Sage.
75%.
Hydrogen 75%. So what do I do with that? And once I do B and spooling, what do I do? Press B again or left click or what?
You press and hold B.
What's that?
You press and hold B until it goes into quantum drive.
I think I'm being blocked by everything. Everything is red, so I can't leave the.
You have to be out of the atmosphere first.
Okay, so how the heck do I get out of here?
You can hold spacebar.
Yo, what's up, Magic or Legendary Dragon?
Out of it. Or you could like use the ship's speed and fly out of there that way.
Okay, how do I speed my thrusters again? Oh, leave an atmosphere zone. Oh, okay.
Mouse wheel to speed up. Because right now you only have it set to a certain speed, and once it hits that, it's like a barrier. So use the mouse wheel to scroll up, and you'll get increased speed.
Danger. Engines overheating.
Oh no. Yeah, right now. Alright.
You could also
This
use
game is
the ship
hard to play,
and use
Dragon.
the turbo boost.
This is hard. I don't know nothing. But it's free to play days now. Star Citizen, I don't know if you ever tried it, but it's free to play right now.
Danger. Engines overheating.
Alright, let's turn that chat off. Nice game. Yeah, it's a really cool game. I like it a lot. Okay, so I should be out in the atmosphere now.
Yep.
Places I need to go are blocked off.
Please.
Dicky Dragon, guys, make sure you guys are following the tops there, guys. Alright, so we gotta figure out what we're doing here. Okay, so now I'm out of the atmospheric thingy, so let me check the F2 star map again. Okay, so once we're right here, I'm going to this area. Adventures is only accessible by quantum travel by individuals who have granted authorization. Gotcha.
Whoa, what?
Okay, I see you. You're at the
the what did I agree?
So what?
Subtitle, I think. There we go. Fine.
How do I set route again? It's not letting me. The route. Damn it, I'm in Arcourt. Oh my gosh. So what do I gotta do?
Bad.
Okay, so you're over here.
Don't even. Damn it. Ooh, mission, what the heck?
I just see a bunch of red arrows. I can't get out of here. I see a green thing moving, but... Oh, I'm shooting it. Oops.
That's a player ship. You don't want to shoot that. Okay, did it probably say you're out of atmosphere?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have... When you go to your missions, do you have anything that's actually set to track?
Okay, contract, blah, 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 accepted. Okay, I got a bunch of them accepted. Which one are we, no, I'm not, yeah, I'm tracking this one.
I was working on the first one.
Top one?
Yeah.
Untrack this and then track the first one.
Pick up shipment of Yellow's...
Pick up the shipment from the Arcorp refinery. Oh no, these are totally different missions.
Maybe click track and see. Track will do it. So.
Oh, then you're cutting out a lot, bro. I don't get it. Wait, which mission are you doing? How come I'm not seeing your missions?
That's why I got a different one. That's why. It's okay. Try.
Danger. Engines overheating.
Because that's what it is. It's selected for where you.
Yeah, I can't hear you, bro. You're cutting out a lot.
Pick up the part.
Pick up what?
What is it? The
Yeah,
art
dude,
corp-
I can't. I don't know why you're cutting out a lot.
Working. Chip was.
Uh. Alright, try again. And what were you saying? The who what? I can't hear J13 too good, guys. What about you guys? Can you guys hear him? No, I don't hear him too good right now.
Testy, 1, 2, testy.
There you go, a little better. Can you hear me?
Okay, my ping is at 49, so why is it being so bad?
You can hear him? Yeah, I hear him now. Can you hear us now, Jay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's better. Okay, so I'm seeing the edge of the planet, bro, but this is pretty big. There's got to be a faster way out. I can't like fast travel out of here. Why?
Find a place that's closest, like search through the area. I know the red ones you can't go to, but if you can find like a white.
Well, the only white ones I see are when I look down, and they're obviously being blocked.
You might have to go farther out of the atmosphere still, because it should give you something.
This ship is slow, bro.
You have to use your mouse.
Yeah, but it keeps overheating.
You gotta use the mouse wheel to go all the way up to the top, because you're still like, you only go like 102 miles per hour or whatever, kilometers per hour, and you can go up to like 1100. There you go. There you get more speed. Let's go back.
Oh, man, big planet. Right.
Yeah, I lost the ship because I had to crash my ship because the ship was like, bugged or something. Like I didn't hit nothing and it said I had damage to my ship.
Wow.
Like, okay, I don't know what happened, I just landed, but okay. And I didn't crash landed, I just landed like normally. Now are you getting something?
I'm gonna check again. Trying to get out of the galaxy here real quick.
Oh, and if you push C, you can actually put cruise control on, so once you get to a certain speed, it'll stay that way.
Oh, that helps a lot.
So you don't have to sit there and hold it.
Right. A lot to remember, man.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to remember. What button to push when, and when to push the button, where to push it at. How to land. You gotta remember to put your landing gear down, otherwise you'll crash your ship and destroy it.
Right.
I did that a couple times, I forgot to put my landing gear down. Whoops. Smashed the big right. It doesn't hurt your ship very much, but it still does damage to it.
Yeah, I like the free look thing. It helps a lot. This looks like one of the Cerberus ships almost. I'm out of the orbit almost. Man, it's a huge planet, bro.
Yeah, that place, I hate that place. I went there one time though. I'm like, I don't need it again.
Big, man. But I'm flying out of there, no worries. Man, this makes me want to go to space for real, man.
Yeah, that's cool. At least I didn't damage my ship this time. Okay, that's cool. Last time I just landed and I killed my ship. What the heck?
What do you guys think about the game so far, guys? You guys like it? Still very new here, guys, so I'm definitely nowhere near a professional at this. Oh, bro, I'm an idiot. I jumped out of the ship. Bro. Wow, I just jumped out of the ship, dude.
Oh no.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
Your ship's just so real.
Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Of course it wants to go way up there. Come on, is there a faster way to travel? Like, do I seriously gotta do this? Can I force my respawn? Like, kill myself?
Yeah, you can.
I'm thinking about it. Well, my ship just keeps going, bro.
Yes.
Wow, I did all this to get out the planet, and there should be something better than that. It shouldn't have ejected me like that. It should have said, "Are you sure?" Wow.
Yeah, yep.
Oh my god. Oh, I guess you learn.
Yeah, I've done that before too. I followed the ship before. It's not fun.
What the hell am I supposed to do now?
I could probably pick you up, but that's a long ways. You're like, what, 40 million miles away from me? So.
Yeah. How the heck do I,
You could take your spacesuit off, and it'll kill you.
Do I lose my weapons?
No.
Good. That's exactly what I'm gonna do then. Alright, spacesuit. Where's my outfit? Equipment manager.
Yep. And then you go to undersuit, and then just click unequip.
There you go.
And you just like suffocate to death and die.
No, I'm still here. What the hell?
It'll take a little bit.
Oh, unequip and then save changes. There we go. Now I can do it.
Honey Barbie. ISIS.
And then you should die like 2 seconds later. Maybe not.
Oh, my character can handle pretty good out. There you go. No, I'm still alive? What the?
What?
If you have a med pen, press C. Oh no, now I died. Okay, good. Jeez, she knows how to hold her breath.
It takes a little bit. Huh?
That's annoying, bro. I don't know why I went to ArcCorp. I think I did it for a mission and that was it. Oh my god, don't tell me I'm back in ArcCorp.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my god, I am. Oh my dear jeez. It's not gonna let me get the hell out of here. Really, man? Oh my god, that's so much running to get there, too. Oh, I died in the what the? Okay. I'm waking up.
Oh, what happened?
I died in the hallway.
Oh wow. Oh wow, that sucks. So
The hallway you don't have air? Yeah, I died twice.
So yeah, you might want to put your suit back on before you walk out. Just in case. I don't know if they do.
Oh yeah, she couldn't breathe. I can't breathe the whole time here? What the?
Yep, you gotta put your suit on. Some planets you do have to actually have your suit on all the time.
How did I wake up out of bed though?
Oh.
I'm in bed with no suit on. Oh, she can't breathe right now.
Yep, so you have to like put your suit on as soon as you wake up. Yeah, that's weird. That sucks.
It won't let me quit. What the? Oh my god. The room I'm sleeping in should obviously have oxygen, right? That don't make no sense.
Okay.
I think I'm glitched. And
Instant kills you.
available. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, you put the suit on before you wake up. That might work.
Oh, that's what I did. Well, I got the suit.
Whew, that's crazy.
Her boobs were in my way, so I couldn't see, but now I got it. I was able to get them on, yeah.
I see that on the stream.
Right. She's like, yeah, I know we get them on.
I like how you can pick up a bunch of stuff that's just around your room. You just pick it up.
Yeah, but what's the purpose? What am I doing with it?
It's just.
I'm terrible at this game.
Eventually, they're gonna have like you have to eat food and drink stuff, or otherwise you die.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, bro, I'm running back down now. My bad. Epic fail on my part. All right.
I'm still trying to get the.
Well, you know what's the good thing about dying so much? I'm learning to replace.
Yeah.
Oh man. Boom, ba-dum, bum, ba. All right, this time I'm gonna get the ship. I'm gonna do it right. Go cruise control and step away. This is a big freaking place.
Yeah, it is. When you can explore a place for 3 hours and not see the whole place, it's a big place. But of course, you kept getting distracted though. We kept looking at all the fancy stuff that was there, so. Set route, come on. Can I set route there? Nope. Can I set route here? Nope.
Right, let's figure out what we're gonna do here.
Oh, I hate this when you have to try to set a route to someplace and it doesn't let you.
Right, that's pretty weird, bro. It's pretty weird. Yo, guys, we gotta try to survive it. We gotta try to keep and see what's going on here. So Trix is dying a lot. FPS is dropping like a son of a gun. But that's okay, guys. It's this area that gets really bad, so that's okay. But at least now it's playable compared to what it was. So we're gonna keep moving around until we find out where we need to go.
It's obstructed by what?
This is the bar area. Definitely not where we need to be right now, guys. Right? Thomas is laughing his butt off. Guys, I'm really bad at this game. We're still learning it, but we're gonna get it. Trust me. Just bear with me here.
Okay.
I need to find out. Oh, we gotta go this way to the transit, guys. See, I'm remembering now where we need to go again. Yeah. You know what, bro? It sounds like reading the chat wise. There's a lot of new players to this. There's no instructions. Like you're just stuck doing. You gotta figure it out.
Yeah, it's.
But you know what though? The concept is great. There is a lot, and I don't even think it's just a lot with the game. It's just the controls are just complex as all hell.
I think they wanted it that way.
Now, if this was the only game I was playing and I dedicated my life to it, then yeah, I'll probably catch up real quick. It'll be easy. All right. We'll be all right. We got this.
Still trying to figure out how to set it out to the stupid place I need to go to.
Right. Thomas is like, I don't know what you guys are doing. Well, I'm waiting on a tram. Jay, he's doing the right thing, staying alive. Tram's here, all right.
I just can't fast travel anymore.
No?
I'm clicking on everything. Every
What happened?
I'm supposed to be.
Tram now leaving the station.
Yeah, Thomas, this is a pretty difficult game. It's not just move around and click things. Like, there's a lot of hotkeys you have to know.
Okay, well, I guess I'm flying.
I'm gonna look from the back. Get a nice little view here.
Yep.
Surprised my internet ain't cut off yet.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised you're not. What if you're closer to the drop off than I am?
Probably.
Because you're 42 million from me, and I'm 31 million from the.
Yeah, I'm probably close to the drop off.
But I can't
So what's
get
the whole purpose of ArcCorp? What's this? This is just the biggest planet?
Yeah.
I mean, ArcCorp does look nice.
It does.
Oh man.
Yeah, me and Aaron were sitting there at that place. We were just like nerding out like crazy because we're looking at everything, looking at bottles, reading the label, bottles. We were just like 3 hours of that, nothing but that.
Now arriving.
Okay, I'm about to get off the tram here. Thomas is like, I believe I can fly. That's pretty much what I was doing my last character. Oh, there was an NPC came on the train with me. That's cool.
Yeah, they look weird though sometimes. Some of those guys look so stoned, it's crazy.
Right.
If you look at them real close, like you can see the ones that are having a little bit too much fun.
That is very true.
Why is my ship not going any faster? What the heck?
Oh, he just disappeared.
For the latest travel information, be sure to check the departure and arrival boards, conveniently located throughout the spaceport.
My ship won't go fast.
So what does that mean? Claim? A standard version of the factory setup will be delivered to your current location after a period of time. Oh, the claim? How much does it cost? Why is it showing my balance?
Company to be in good company.
Oh, because you crashed your ship, or your ship disappeared, and you had to file a claim.
Does it cost money?
If you, that one there don't, but if you want to get the past your claim, you have to pay for it. It doesn't cost much though. It's like 600 or something like that.
Oh, I'll pay expedited fee. I see it. Expedited fee 0?
What? 0? You got lucky. Why didn't you use a code?
No, it did charge.
Worlds to exploring the stars.
Alright, I'm not doing that again.
Universe closer together.
Yeah, it's just a small amount, but it makes the time go faster, so you don't have to wait for 6 minutes.
5 minutes less. Alright, well by the time I run there it'll be done, but I don't know what hangar it's in.
You have to wait for it to come back, because your ship is out in space, so they gotta get you a new ship,
For the
basically.
latest travel information, be sure to check the departure and arrival.
My ship's broken again, it won't go faster than 264. What the heck? But I got it maxed out too, and it won't go any faster than 264. Where's Aerodar when you need him? Come on, get on, man.
Your
We need
personal
you.
belongings are your personal responsibility.
We're a bunch of noobs here, we don't know how to do
Monitor
stuff.
your luggage at all times.
I think I need to fix my ship, I think I broke it.
Dum dum dum. Wow. Alright, I gotta keep watching my ship. Oh, retrieve, it's ready.
Transforming worlds to exploring the stars.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Closer together. Our core. Investing into
Good one.
Yeah. Oh, it's going a little bit faster now, but why is it taking forever?
I have no idea. There's a lot of players here in ArcCorp. I think the player count changes when you. There's no way that a majority of the players are with by me. Like people don't know what they're doing, bro. They're running into dead ends. We're all going the wrong way.
This is frustrating. My ship is just messed up right now.
From transforming worlds to exploring the stars, ArcCorp is proud to bring the universe closer together. ArcCorp, investing in tomorrow's future.
Nothing works for me. What the heck?
Apple pie.
I'm ready to just crash my ship into the.
I gotta watch Frozen 2, man. Alright, I'm back to my ship, bro. So at least there's no harsh punishment for dying, which thank goodness, because I didn't know what to do there for a sec, bro. It was pretty bad.
I think it just crashed into the. Yeah, cool.
Ugh.
I just crashed again.
Now I know I can eject out of the sea. How do I thought you can get out of the chair while you're driving.
Yeah, you can. As long as you're in quantum drive, you can.
Systems green.
But if you're just blind and you get out
You are
of
clear to
the
launch.
could lag out, glitch out, I think I just broke my ship.
Launch
Sweet.
complete.
Yeah, I broke my ship.
Oh, this one's a little different. This one, the doors are here.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Do you see me on your map?
No, I don't think so. Unless you're that green arrow.
Nope.
You might be. I think, yeah, I do see you. You're mixed in with Buddy Ejective. I see you.
I might need you to come take this ship. Oh, I just killed myself. My ship just went crazy. cool, man. I'm just having the best gaming experience so far right now.
Yeah. Oh, let me fly up in the air.
My ship stopped working right, and my speed would only go up to 266, and that would be maxed out, and it couldn't go any faster. My ship just randomly crashed out of nowhere when I was flying.
Why is my ship not going any faster? Is something wrong with my ship? Oh, because the landing gear is a duh.
Landing gear.
Landing gear will affect a lot.
Well, it's still going up slow, my speed. Oh, it's going up now. It's just taking forever to hit up there.
Mine wouldn't even go past 266. It just like stuck right there.
Yeah, mine was stuck right there for a while too. I had to keep tapping the W button and to make sure the landing gears were retracted.
Yeah, that's what the game just froze up.
Alright, good.
This is... I don't know, I think this is better than I can play it on the day that...
Now I can watch my ship. Okay, now I'm flying out. I wish I could zoom out. Is there a way to zoom out, in and out?
I
thought there was.
I think the mouse will, I think.
I tried that, it ain't work.
The mouse...
Alright, let me exit his orbit. Give me 1 second, bro. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What happened? Bro? Oh my god, I just accepted something I think you sent. It's not good. Oh man, if I gotta do all that again. Gotta be kidding me. Jay. Oh, he sent me something and it's respawned me. Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Jay left, guys. Oh man, I'm never gonna leave this planet. Where the hell did I have to go now? Really? So what happens to my ship? I'm not paying for it. I'll wait. What the heck is Oh my god. I'm not gonna accept. I gotta watch what you accept, guys, while you're flying. I didn't know it was gonna like teleport me out from the sky. That was weird. So I guess we're going all the way down to the ground floor again. Yeah, Jay's 42. Oh my god, he's so far away again. What the hell happened? Jay, what did you send me, bro? Because it literally respawned me again. Now I'm back in ArcCorp again. Oh, I gotta run through all this again?
From a night in town to that big day making deals, Kasaba Outlet helps.
Or is this a different server? How many players are on this one? This will show me. Jay, I can't hear you, bro. I don't hear you. Okay, Jay's not talking right now, guys. So let's. I'm not gonna ask. I forgot which way I need to go. I guess I go this way. What the hell? Okay, so now we go this way. Oh yeah, I went the wrong way, guys. I broke it, man. I'm having bad luck. What the hell? And now I'm going the right way. No, it's not this way, guys. I don't think so. No, it's gonna be a dead end. Yep, I did this last time. Really?
Okay, let's see.
What happened, bro? You sent me something, I accepted it, and it like respawned me.
Yeah, when I left, because I had to restart, I couldn't join the server that we were on.
Oh, so it took me to another server?
Yep.
Gotcha. I was wondering, bro. I freaked out. I was like, oh, God. I was actually just getting out of space.
Yeah, my game decided to crash, dude. Where the heck am I at anyway? Same place where I was at. Man, I keep spotting air. I want to get out of this place.
Yeah, me too, bro. I've been stuck for the longest time.
I'm tired of looking at this place. I get out there so far that I get, like, lag out or glitch or something.
Help? A friendly Kasaba
I
associate.
definitely won't buy this ship though. This ship sucks.
Oh my gosh. Alright. There we go. Okay, okay. I think I'm going the right way. No, actually, I think I'm going backwards. I ain't going backwards, bro. What the heck? Oh no, I went the wrong way. Oh. Hey, how's it going? Alright, here we go. Now I'm going the right way.
Okay, so I gotta wait for 54 seconds. Yeah.
54 seconds.
Yeah, I gotta get my ship back because I crashed and my ship got destroyed. Okay.
Okay, zone 3.
I think I'm ready to abandon this mission that we're on now and go to a different one.
It's gotta be this way. It took me to a different area. It never did this to me before. Oh my god, why I keep seeing myself? Yeah, you have no idea the amount of agony I've been trying to do to get off this planet. Like
Oh, yeah.
like at first I the hell's a tram station?
I usually get off the planet and get to
Oh, like
game just decides to go wacky. We can get Aerodar in here to help us.
oh my god.
You're some beast.
But even this person's lost. I'm seeing the same person several times. Okay, I remember this. I think it's this way. The yellow lights. I remember this now. No, not this way. This is a side cut. I'm just gonna start from the beginning because now, ever since I went off track, I don't know which way I'm going now. Boom. Yep. So first I jumped out of my ship. I had to suffocate myself. Second time my game crashed, and third time Jim sent me an invite and teleported me to a new server. So I've yet to leave this planet.
And I've crashed. I've killed myself twice because my ship crashed. We need you.
Alright, bro. I've left this planet so many times. I knew where to go. Now I don't. Like, what the heck? I've lost myself somehow. Okay, I know I need to go to the plaza, so why the heck is it taking me? Whoa, these NPCs are going crazy. Oh, here we go. Now I'm getting somewhere.
There you go.
There we go. See, I just gotta go. Once I get on a familiar path, I'm good. Because I fell down the stairs, I lost my conscience.
There you go. Now you get to the right place. Oh, get to work then. See you in.
Who, what?
Aerodar, he said he can't stay long. You got one.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Aerodar's, yeah, he started that, bro. He's busy. Bro, what's with the NPCs? On this planet, they've gone crazy, bro.
Yeah, they do. Quite a bit.
He got his hand stuck.
I've seen them where they're... Oh man, he's stuck inside it. Oh, poor guy.
No, good luck with everything, Aaron. I hope it goes good for you, bro. I'm glad to see that you're working, dude. I'm actually really happy for you.
I've seen the security guards get so glitched that they...
Oh, here we go. City Flight Transit. Found it. Damn. Okay. I think it's because I'm being tired. It's this way. Woo. Okay. Now I'm getting to the transit. This time when I fly into space... Oh, I just missed it. No! Come back!
I hate that when that happens. Missed it when you like... You missed a person.
They can't do nothing with the banking yet. You can't do nothing with these... None of these ATMs.
Not yet, no. They'll add those eventually. Okay, so if I fly to you... I think our missions are all dead too now.
Yeah, well, they're pretty strict around here. There's a lot of red zone.
Yeah, there is.
I need to get back to the spawn point where I first started. I should have just made a whole new character, really.
That'd be the best idea, just delete your character and start over. And then you start where I start at then, because I'm stuck in this place. Okay, we lost all of our missions too, so we gotta get some more. Let's do a bounty mission.
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors.
What are you sick?
It should turn orange when you can set, but turn it yellow. Does it work if you push Y?
Oh, I'm gonna lay down. Oh man, I can't get a good camera. What the heck? My camera's like all over the place. My camera's stuck in lock mode. I can't. How do I get out of free look? The Z's not working.
Press F4.
Oh, thank gosh, that worked.
Now arriving.
Ooh wee. All right, so now gotta go grab my. Well, this is a new area, so it should be fine. So what can we really do with NPCs right now? Nothing much.
Not really. There's a couple.
Take your time.
Mostly the ones that are like that are like the gun shops and those. That's basically about it.
All UEE common laws are still in effect.
Let me see. Hopefully I don't have to pay again. Retrieve, yay!
Your
I
ship
had
has
to
been
pay.
So
delivered.
that's the bad thing to do is just switch servers when you lose your ship.
Yeah, because I had to actually change servers because it was full.
From
Maybe we're on a better
transforming
server
worlds
now.
to
Maybe
exploring
we'll
the
Right.
stars,
How many players are on this one?
proud to bring the universe closer
I'm
together.
not sure.
Our core, investing in tomorrow's future.
Holy moly!
There's quite a few on this one too.
Grabbing to my ship now.
Don't forget to call outs.
Well, I'm already learning. I'm already learning this good now. How many times I've repeated it? Yeah, I've done it what 4 times?
Yep. One time I forgot to do that, and I actually started going up, and I hit my the top of the bay doors and crashed my ship.
Oh shoot! I forgot to sit on my chair.
I like how the seat pulls back. That's so cool.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. Systems green. Launch complete.
I don't remember where. This is Hangar 3, so I'll probably fly straight up. Yep.
If you turn to like the first person view or press F,
Thank you, and please visit again.
Yeah, what?
if you press F4 when you fly up days like that, it just Did you accept all my missions?
Where is the missions? Hold on. Back further. gotta re-accept them again?
I had to start some new ones because
Okay, let me do this. Let me,
oh, I forgot to share them with you. Whoops. Okay, there we go.
Alright, that's you, Simon Bakar. I think the names are just wrong. Just let me know when you share them.
Okay, I just shared 3 of them.
Yeah, you came up 3 different names.
Wow. Yeah.
That's okay. At least I know you just did it. But I don't see random players, do I, when they do that, or no? Did you send another one?
I said 3. 2 of them are bounties and 1 of them's
Okay.
and the first I'm working on the. I'll find out which bounty I'm working on so we can track that one together.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'm working on the bounty that's worth 10,000. So it's bounty assignment Dion.
Landing gear rejected.
Alright, so I'm launching into space now. Give me 1 second, Jane, and we're gonna go ahead and meet up. I gotta do the, oh, we can fly in ships together, can't we?
These ships you can't.
I'm trying to think. Do we benefit from that or no? I don't think so, because don't we gotta carry our own cargo?
Yeah, on this one, these are just bounties so we can work together.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because you might want 2 ships to take down the bounties because sometimes they're pretty hard. And this is $10,000, so yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Alright, let me fly out of orbit and then we'll be good, bro. Give me 1 second, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Give me just a moment while we're flying out of orbit. We're getting somewhere. Looking pretty good. All right, I'm out of that humongous planet, bro. This planet is freaking huge. All right, so I think I'm almost out of it.
Yeah, it's huge. Okay, so you have the Dion assignment.
So now that I'm like out of it, let me oh yeah, yep, now I can go to you, bro.
Because this one here we want to be together. Cause yeah, to me. So you're 46 million.
Oh, I'm locking on to something else and it's driving me nuts.
It'll do that because I'm close to a planet.
Oh, that's the quantum drive system. Oh, okay. Wait, how do I use it again? Left trigger?
You have to spool it,
Okay.
and then you have to hold B after you spool.
Oh, hold B, gotcha.
Quantum travel initiated.
I'm over here tapping and I'm like, what is going on?
The respool all over again.
Oh gosh, let me see how to free look. Oh, you can free look in quantum mode. Look at that. Wow. Oh yeah, the lag is real when you free look. Ooh. That's crazy. Wait, is my controller badge is gone? No! Wait, is it? It is. Damn it! Oh, I can't tab out, man. I'll lag if I tab out. Oh, I just realized you can see the thrusters on the back of the ship. This is nice. I like that. I like that sun, bro. Yeah, I'm coming to you now.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
I'm so sad and depressed. I'm gonna eat some candy. I died, what, how many times? And I finally made it. You know, astronaut ice cream will go so good with this game. It definitely fits the vibe. I'm gonna go buy some astronaut ice cream. Yikes. What? Wow, I wasn't even on Discord, bro. No, astronaut ice cream sounds so good right now. It'll so go with the mood right now. Yeah. How do I know how long my quantum is?
If you, for how many miles you got?
Oh, I see it. Yep, I'm 37,000. What is that? Each is 1 minute? No. Yeah. Well, you know what? It's all good, bro. Can I? No, I can't exit this ship. I'll stay in fourth person or third person. How do I zoom in and out though? There's got to be a way to zoom in and out. Is there a way? Let me check my options while I'm here.
Usually zoom in is if you hold F and then the mouse trigger or the mouse wheel.
Right, because free look is Z. Scan mode, no. Oh no. I don't know if the arrows has anything to do with it. Up, down, left, right. Or maybe home, end, page, up and down. Decrease field of view. Increase field of view. You can do that while you're in game. That's pretty impressive. Anything? Nah, I don't think there is, bro. I don't think I can. Crazy. No, Thomas! Thomas lost his gaming badge.
If you push F and scroll with the mouse, you can zoom in.
No, it's saying exit zero mode. I don't want to do that. How do I cancel that? Oh, don't click the window. Okay.
Yeah, just don't, just like go on math too.
Open exterior. Press to unlock. Oh shit! I don't want to do that.
You open your, yep, you don't open your window.
Oh, bro, how do I cancel this?
Just like go on math.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, don't, okay, last time I think I looked at the window and did it. That's why. Woo! Can you imagine if I got thrown out in quantum? Oh dear gosh.
You would be 40 million miles away.
You know what? Do we get infinite oxygen or something? There's got to be a limit, bro. There's no way it's infinite. No way.
I'm not sure. I think there's limited.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But I don't know because I have never actually been on too many islands that need oxygen, so I don't know.
Right.
It's pretty good graphics for low settings.
Right.
Sweet, 31 million to go. Wow, so this is gonna be
Right.
long. Then you gotta do another 22 with me.
I see the bounty. The bounty's actually farther away.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't even went to ArcCorp. Why did I even go to ArcCorp, bro?
Everybody talked you into doing it last time you played.
I think so, yeah. Is it like the coolest city or something?
It's just the biggest one. And you were kind of closer to that one than you were any other place.
Yeah. Well, I'm almost to you now.
Ooh, wow. You got a braid.
Oh! Wait, Natural Access, I think rated this before, too. Yes, I'm pretty sure we still got them. I can't tab out because my game will be weird. Oh my god, Nitros Oxide, thank you so much for that raid, guys. Welcome back. This time, I'm not on mobile. I think last time you raided me on mobile, I remember. Oh yeah, how are you guys here today, guys? Welcome, raiders. How was your stream, Nitrous? Hopefully everything was great for you, man. Oh yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna let Thomas try it. Thomas, can you type exclamation mark, Raider, and then Nitroxy Deep or Diop? Nitrous? You get the picture. Are you still here, Thomas? Thomas. It was fun. I'm glad it was fun, bro. Oh, the game is still. Oh, the game is still playing, but it's just no sound. Okay.
Did you lose Thomas?
What just happened? Thomas? Slacking.
You went out to fire them the first week, huh?
Right? Wow, what did I just type?
What? Oh.
Big epic fail. Oh, I see what the problem is. There we go. Oh my gosh. Dear Jeez Louise. Alright, well, I'm tabbed out because I got a long way to go here in Quantum. I'm actually going to check my log files here, making sure that this Raider logging is actually working. I can find out where I keep these files again. Custom logs. To Nitrous Oxide. Yep, got you right here. Yeah, yeah, Nitrous rated this twice already. Okay, so you gotta keep that in record. Yes, I am traveling all the way across the universe. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Who did you like go from Earth to Pluto?
Who he ha what?
That's about the distance your travels from Earth to Pluto.
Right, it shortly feels like it. I wish we could travel like this in Quantum all the time. Like, it's so weird. It's like we can only do it in the
Yeah, it'd be kinda cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're traveling right now, guys. Yo, Bill and TB, how are you doing, bro? How's everything going? Welcome back, dude. Nitrous, I appreciate the second raid, bro. I really do. You know,
At least it's not like Star Trek where you
also, like, if your raiders ever come here, just make sure they
you catching up to me?
they type exclamation mark raid with your name, so that way they participate in your thingy. All right, let's see what else we got going on here, guys. Guys, we got quite a ways to go. I think I'm almost there. I'm at 17,000, bro. Or 17 million, my bad. I'm almost there, bro. We are really far away right now, guys. Yeah, so right now we're taking the quantum here, guys, so that way we can travel at such a faster speed so we can get to our destination. For some reason, I was so far away. I'll show you guys where I was at. Oh, actually, let's call Jay. Let's see what he's doing real quick. Let's see what this man's doing. Where is he? Right here? They won't let me. Oh, contacts. Oh. Audio channel. Right, that should work. Oh, there we go. I was like, wait, what? It's okay, Nitrous. It's okay. That happens to me too sometimes. Like when I raid a channel, I be thinking I have my stream with me. I'll be like, yo, we're about to raid a stream. And then everybody just disappears, you know. But it's okay, though. Nitrous, I appreciate it no matter what. You know what I'm saying? I really do. It really means a lot to me. What game are you playing? Sea of Thieves. Oh, nice. Thank you, Nitrous. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful night. Oh, now you want to show up, Thomas. This guy. Yeah, now Thomas wants to show up.
Yeah, finally, gee.
Wow, man. Thomas, really? Really? Alright, we're so far away here, guys, but we're almost there. We are almost there. Right. But have a great night, Nitrous, guys. Everybody say goodbye to Nitrous there. Yeah. Right. Oh, man. Oh, wait. There was a way to keep the sound. Hold on. Audio. Play audio driven camera shake strength. Wait, what? Play audio when game in background? Yes. But now I can do this and you guys can still hear the game. Yay! Okay. Alright, I got it set up now where the game volume is still playing while I'm minimized, tabbed out, so I can still do my thing. Right. Bye, Nitrous. Bye-bye. Nitrous. Bye-bye.
How far do you gotta go now?
I believe I'm at, like, at, double check.
13 million.
8 million. Yeah. We're almost there to our destination.
You gotta go. Who's up?
I'm confused. It's okay, Thomas. So Nitrous came in with the raid, and I needed one of my mods to type in the raid command. You weren't here, man. You're okay. You're okay, Thomas. I know you're here a lot. You just weren't here at that very moment. It's okay. You're good, bro. I'm depressed. I'm gonna eat candy. Right. Oh yeah. Oh, Thomas, we need to do the video chat thingy. I don't know how to do it, bro. Why is it not working?
I have no clue.
How do you do the video chatting? I saw Eridar do it with Cam.
F11? It worked for me. You don't see me though? I see you. I can see your arm and your face.
Really? How come I don't see you?
I don't know. Should be able to. So now it just ended.
Let me try this again. Alright, try now.
Okay. Did it just pop up there? Yeah, it did.
It might just be bugged. Yeah, I don't see nothing, dude. GG. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't see nothing, bro.
Yeah, I see your arm in your face.
Oh yeah.
You're
How
moving.
come I don't see you?
You just winked at me.
Huh?
Your character just winked at me.
Really?
Yeah. She's flirting with me. Okay, maybe if is there some settings I could change?
You just reminded me. Alright. Head tracking source. So first of all, we need to do head tracking toggle enable. Okay, so auto calibrate. Oh, toggle disable while seated. No.
Hey, good job! Like that.
Weird. Weird.
Okay, so I'm supposed to use track IR, right?
I think so.
Oh shoot, what the heck is going on here? Hold on.
Emergency stop.
Holy shit, emergency stop. Why?
You might be getting intercepted by somebody. You might actually want to quantum drive it.
Yeah, I think it was one of those space pirate thingies.
Yeah, because sometimes you get intercepted by certain people and they might try to destroy your ship, so. If you're not that far away from me, wow, they intercepted you. You get like 62 kilometers or 62,000 away. Wow.
Right. Alright, so I'm by this planet thingy. I'm right by you. Look at those stats, bro. Look at those beautiful stats, man. Look at that, Dylan. You're doing great, dude. Which one did you type? Points? Oh, it just shows you points. Yeah, rank. There you go. You can also do the
Can I see? Oh, I see.
you can also do the
28,000 kilometers from me.
yeah, the my stats will show your overall statistics of your account. Oh shoot.
You can fly, and can you like quantum to completely right to me?
Quantum travel.
I should be able to.
How do I cancel the quantum just in case?
It automatically cancels.
Oh yeah, it's I'm right by you, bro. Yay!
Complete.
Oh gosh, I'm still flying pretty fast. What the heck?
Yeah, I was talking to you before you get to me. There you go.
Oh, because I got cruise control on. Is that what it is?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, cruise control was on.
I'm coming towards you now.
Yeah, me too. Dude, holy Jay, holy mackerel, bro. Jeez. I think you just ricocheted me.
Well, we'll try to stay here. You can come to me. We were both flying too fast towards each other.
Yeah, look at that. 43 hours. Ooh, ooh, there you go. That's how you do it, man. Let me stop moving so much, guys. All right, Jay. So we have to figure out our first destination here. Where the heck did you go? Totally just lost it. I'm gonna turn it around.
No, we just jumped out. Oh, shoot.
Are we going to the bounty? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, if I get back to my ship, I just like accidentally jumped out of my ship.
Well, luckily you were hovered, right?
What the heck happened? No. There we go. I'm back in it. That was weird.
Geez, Jay, you're flying backwards, doing backflips and everything?
Was I? What the heck?
Right. Let's see what's going on. Look at that. You've been on this platform for 1 year and 10 months. Not bad.
You'll need to spill up too.
Thomas, look at you with that 400 hours, bro. You're doing great, man. Right. You guys want to see something cool? Watch
Did you
this.
spill up?
Oh yeah. You said what? Where'd you go? Oh, I got you. I see you now.
What you do now is you just have to spill up and then all quantum us.
Oh, okay. To the oh, we're in a group now.
Yep.
Oh, I'm pressing spacebar.
We should be closer together, I think.
Right. All right, here we go, bro. Let's get it. 3, 2, 1. It didn't work.
Okay, just spool up. There you go.
It's spooled.
Okay, should go be able to go quantum. Come on.
Wait, hold on. Let me rescan. It's spooling. Oh, you got the quantum?
Yep.
All right.
So we gotta go to a different place first, and then we gotta go to that one because it's not letting me go directly to the bounty.
Oh, you're going to that one? Oh. I see it. How come it didn't make me quantum with you? That was weird.
It did? What?
No, I didn't.
Wow, that sucks.
Initiated.
Yeah, I had to do it myself.
It should be like a combination.
Yeah. Dude, I've been on Twitch for almost 6 years now.
Wow.
Jeez, you can tell I was here when it just became Twitch, pretty much. Like once it changed from Justin.tv, I came right up, bro. Twitch back then was amazing, but it was a whole different like rules. You know what I'm saying?
See if we get.
How's the Black Ops billing? How's that going for you, bro? Wait, where are we going? Oh, bro, we got so far to go.
Okay, we gotta go this. Aim for the Shubin mining facility.
I see it. Will it let me? The planet's in a way, though, right?
It'll go. We just go around the planet because it won't let me go directly to the planet that we have to go to because it's blocked by this planet.
It's pulling complete. Why is it not letting me?
Quantum travel initiated.
That's weird. Oh, what the?
So you're not quantuming with me? What the heck do you want to say?
Oh, this planet looks cool. It's got like little hair around it. Bro, Jim, where'd you go? You over there?
Yep. You should be going with you. What the heck's going on with this thing?
I'll just fly to you, bro. Your PlayStation Plus is running out? Ouch. Oh, you're getting a PC? Nice. That's good, Billin. Yeah, this game they're actually doing free for now. We made a command, didn't we? Yeah, I think we did. I'm gonna cruise control my way to you. Type it in chat.
Yeah, we did make a command. I made a yesterday, I think.
Oh gosh, I'm spinning in circles. I saw that. Oy! So is this where we need to be? Oh yeah, because we got to do the mining thing first, right? Just a regular PC. Gotcha. It's okay.
No. We gotta do the bounty.
Oh.
That's gonna be fun. We might die a few times, but.
coming to you now, bro. Yeah, 2 PCs is the way to go, dude. That's what I want to do so bad. Like, I hate the fact that my computer is like limited because I'm trying to do everything on one. Hey, I'm here. Oi!
Okay, but that's not gonna let me do it. So how do I get to this thing?
Elgato is good. I wish I would have had I got a new one now. The 4K 60. I got the big bulky one, but the new one's really nice.
I see you down my screen.
I'm here, bro.
Your character looks weird. Her teeth are showing like she's grunting or something. Okay.
Who? What?
Your character. I see her on my you on my screen now.
Bro, how do you get to see all that? Mine shows no target.
What the heck? That's weird. Yeah, mine has like a little camera and it has no target in front of it, and it shows you on my screen.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the remote play is kind of like how me and Jay does. Oh! Yeah, you don't want to know what just almost happened.
I almost crashed. He almost crashed into me. Let me guess. Can we... Oh, I see you. No, we can't quantum there. What the heck? Okay. Let's see if you can quantum us together. Dang, you're close.
You're right. Learning how to fly, bro.
Okay, let's see if I can actually get this to work.
You okay, you?
I'm trying to figure out how to get this. A place to get to the bounty. This is not like actually let me select the bounty area. Wow, this is annoying.
You okay, bro?
Wow.
How does it look on your screen?
Like you're right in my face. Like when our ships are touching. Wow, I can see everything in your ship. See your back door and everything on the thing. That's crazy.
I know, why? Billy's gonna get on some PC gaming, bro. Big boy games. Alright, let me back away before we hit each other. Alright, so where are we going?
Trying to get a place for this bounty, but I can't get nothing lined up.
Let me see. You know what? Let's check our star map.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now, and I can't find any place that's close to it that's actually letting me fly to it.
So our bounty's way over there. Alright, I'm spawning in now. Alright, insufficient fuel. Bro? How do I get fuel?
You have to be at certain places. I'm not sure at all. So you may not be able to make it.
You've been capped at 60 Hz, 60 FPS your whole life? Ouch. Wow, in space I get 100 FPS. I like this. That's because there's nothing around me.
Yeah. So it won't let you quantum there.
It's telling me insufficient fuel. So wait, so what do I need to do now?
Let's find the closest planet that might have fuel so you can get some fuel.
Let me check real quick.
So for some reason you're the party leader. I don't know how you got to become the party leader because I think
so
I started the party.
There's this around us. So what is this? Gravity well located in the Orbit Crusader. In the home, blah, blah, blah. A convenient R&R rest stop is available for refueling and repairs. Yes. All right, bro, we're going here.
Yeah, because you just went 40 million miles or whatever it was. So yeah, you probably are pretty low in fuel.
Is this it though? Is this what I marked?
Should be. I don't know.
How do I know if that's what I marked? So it's called the CRU-L1. That's what we need. CRU-L1. Where the heck is that at?
Let's see what it says.
There's not any other option. This is the only one that's popping up, so it has to be it then.
That must be it.
All right, bro. Let me spool it real quick. All right, do you see it to your right? I see your name next to me, so maybe we can both zoom in. All right, I'm going in, bro.
Quantum travel initiated.
Yeah, you'll be okay, Dylan. Trust me, bro. You're gonna love PC gaming, dude. There's just so much like.
So what? It didn't.
I think it took me out to a different orbit.
Complete.
Did you let me spool with you? What the heck? No, I see you.
But then again, we're right here, right? There's. What is this? Owned and operated by the.
Which is like a place that you can fly to.
Oh, what about a planet? Well, we are near a planet. What is this planet? A low mass gas giant. Well, I could just fly to the whatever that thingy is that I'm looking at. It won't let me go to it. Why?
Yeah, we're like right next to it. What the heck?
Jeez. Hold on, bro. We need to figure out what the heck is going on here.
Maybe because that crew is in the way.
Oh, wait. Here it is. I think I got to do it again. What is this? Oh, I found it. CRU-L1. I'm on it. Do you see it? So you're gonna have to quantum break out of that spot and then do it again. That's what you got to do.
Okay, so where are you playing towards?
Initiated.
Yeah, the first one was something else weird, whatever it was that I said earlier, and then now I'm at the.
Okay, I might have to come over to you. Oh, I could just.
Oh, Elite Dangerous? Yeah, that's another game that's kind of like this. Yeah, I never played Elite Dangerous though. I think that's even on Xbox if I'm not mistaken. But that one's only a flying simulator. I think that's all you can do. You can't do anything else. This one you can go on foot, vehicles, fly, play with real players. Like, it's pretty cool.
You also have like an arena mode where you can battle each other.
Yeah, they added game mode. So like, if you're not into like this adventure traveling, you can just go straight to the case and just battle airships, battle people on foot. All right, I'm almost there now, bro. I gotta get some fuel.
Okay, well, it's still not letting me quantum there, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, there's so when you first quantum, you have to, you know how you see the bounty and then there's like one other option.
Mm-hmm.
Do that one other option.
Yeah, bounty. I quantum to where you were at earlier. It's still not quantum to.
I'm gonna get. Yeah, I see you now. You're far away. There's the bounty. Where is the, where's the fuel? The heck?
See if let me quantum to you now.
That's you there. That's the Crusader. Is that what you're operating?
No. What the heck?
Oh, I found it. It's over there, but I hope it ain't.
Quantum travel initiated.
Yeah, you've seen a few people playing it. It's a pretty cool game. It's a really popular game, actually. I'm almost there, bro.
Quantum travel.
Oh, I see it now. There's a lot of red, too. So, hold on. When I go to, I gotta request permission.
There might be just bad guys there.
Might explain all the red. Oh my god, there's a lot of red.
Oh, and you got an asteroid belt around it. Ooh, have fun.
Bro, I'm going up high. Screw this, bro. There's a bunch of them. Bro, I might need help, bro. Jay!
Okay. I'll see if I can get over there to you.
Yeah, I never fought bad guys before. How do I take these guys out? Help me! Oh, I'm gonna need it.
Wow, there's a lot.
You're by me?
I'm just watching your stream and seeing it out there. Are they attacking you? If they don't attack you, then you have to fight. If they start attacking you, you have to fight.
I'm starting to hear the music, man. What is this place? I'm hoping a lot of these red arrows seem like they're far away.
Yeah, as long as they don't attack you first, then I won't mess with them. Because if you attack them, it could be a player ship, and you get in major trouble for that. So.
I'm scared, bro, but I'm going in. Yeah, a lot of these red dots I think are far away. Going in, bro. We're going in, guys. Did you get over here yet?
Yeah, I'm about 100 kilometers behind you.
Oh, okay, cool. So how do I get gas? I've never done this before. I don't think they're actually here, so I think we're good. Oh, I like that there's asteroids. Can we actually hit those?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here. So where am I landing? I see something colored. Is that where I gotta go?
Probably.
I see it. These just look like advertisements. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know either because I never did get fuel in this. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Where the heck do I get fuel?
No, don't do that.
I mean, not like every day I go to a spaceship.
No.
Pump some gas. I don't know, bro. Where the heck am I supposed to go?
Oh wow, I just ejected myself out of my ship. That's awesome.
You say you saw what?
I ejected myself out of my ship.
Oh shoot, hopefully you weren't going too fast. I see something here. I think this is where I gotta go.
Wow, that sucks. I'm 10 kilometers from my ship.
This is where I need to be?
It might. Looks like it could be.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
How do I turn it off again? Are you? Yeah.
Systems
Okay.
Yep. Wow, I'm 10 kilometers from my ship. At least my ship stopped though. But
Aegis combat assist activated.
What the heck?
Systems green.
How do I get out? Oh, why?
why? Yep.
Okay, okay, bro. I need to get some gas.
I need to get back to my ship.
Oh, this place looks awesome. I do see the people parking, I guess, but loading keeps. I don't know, bro. I don't know what I gotta do. Oh, do I just buy gas at the? Oh, there's open doors here. I didn't know you can go inside here. That's cool.
You might have to type in the chat. How do you get gas?
I think this is a safe zone. Yeah, but I've never been here before. This is new. This is new to me, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, with me! Getting gas.
Ship though. I think I'm gonna. If we can rent a ship, I'm gonna rent a different ship.
Yeah, they're expensive. I looked at some of the prices, but they're like, well, some are like 10, 15, 20,000 points. If you do some missions, we'll be fine.
Yeah, we get this one mission.
Heck, didn't I call an elevator? I don't think the elevator's working, bro. I need gas, but I don't think this is gonna work. Rest and relax. Wow, I had to walk closer to it. I'm done. Pad, hanger. What hanger am I in? Shoot. Oh, what hanger am I in? Do you see it?
No.
Let me go to the lobby. I don't remember which hangar I'm in. Shoot. No, but nobody can touch my ship while it's there, right?
Nope. As long as it's shut, you have it. It's locked.
Can they blow it up?
Possibly, but I don't think there's anybody there. I gotta get back to my ship. I don't like this ship because you click F and then you just click where and it kicks you out and you fly out the ship. I hate that. I'm getting a different ship. I'm gonna have to rent one.
Okay, so I made it to the lobby. Oh, they got TVs in it. What the? I just saw somebody move like Albert Wesker. Okay, so I'm in the lobby. What is this right here?
Wow, what?
Oh, you can change clothes? Touching to change clothes? You can't do it. Oh, that'd be cool. Maybe in the future.
Yeah, that's something I'm gonna add.
Okay, there is a ship retrieval, so I'll know where it is. Sweet. Okay, so I'm here. Where the heck do I get gas? Platinum Bay? Platinum Bay? Bro, I don't know what any of these stores are. Okay, dude. Well, he did a nice moonwalk there.
Yeah, I see that guy teleport across your screen. What the heck? Super speed.
Here we go. Trading and shipping console.
That could be something you need. I don't know. I never did get gas so far. Every time I got gas, it
Oh my god, no, I think these are parts, bro. They're expensive. Hold on.
Man,
So it's not this area.
when you need Aerodar, he has to be at work.
Gas, where the hell do I get? It wasn't Platinum Bay. I'm gonna check every store until I find it. Golem Tank, blah 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 blah. Maybe it's this place. What's this place? What's this? Well, this is a shipping center.
Something I can help you with.
Oh, let me talk to this guy. Make a delivery, make a pickup. How's it going?
Might have to try to.
I'm okay. Just working.
Oh, the NPCs actually talk.
Bye.
Let's bring up the menu over there. Can I do this? No?
Yeah, so it's not this place either. Let me go upstairs. What's this place? Huge selection? Kasaba. Let's see what they got. Kasaba? Alright, so here looks like clothing. But we don't want to be here. What's this one? Fire weapons? Nope. There's a locker room. Dude, I really don't know. Am I in the wrong spot? Or did we get gas in the hangars? I'm about to Google search this.
We might have to go. I'm not sure. I never did get it.
Never had to get gas either. It's my first time. Or do I just get new gas every time I do shipping?
You have to actually buy it, but I'm not sure where you buy it at.
Alright, give me a second. There were some options here. So for the elevator, I have hangars 1 through 4, and then pad 1 through 4 and lobby. It's got to be in the lobby, bro. Well, maybe if I retrieve the ship, maybe it comes with gas. I don't know.
I can't remember because I know I've retrieved it. My ship before and it didn't
Pad
work.
3, okay.
You can try that, see if it works. I don't know because I know Aaron told me how to do it, but I don't know where to get it. But I don't know what you do when you get there. I never did get so.
I need some gas. How do I get gas? I need some gas. I bet you I'm not even moving yet. Oh man. Oh, here we go. Pad 3. I don't see my ship. Bro. He lied to me.
What the?
Where is my ship? I mean, this is an impressive looking game for being in its time. Like, the graphics are still good. I'm just scared. Like, hopefully, I know they're working on the engine and whatnot. Alright, bro. I went to pad 3 and maybe I clicked the wrong one. Oh, it's on the other side. Really? I see it.
You can float over there.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
How do I do that?
Just jump and float.
It won't let me float. Oh, you mean like off the edge?
Yeah, like jump off the edge of the
It might be a long walk though, right?
ship, so can't be too far.
Got some thrusters. Okay, I found my ship.
Just don't float too far, you might float off the planet.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know if that was gravity or not. Oh wow, it's clear over there. Wow, they lied to you. It was not on the right path.
Right. Keep clear landing zone. Why am I injured? Okay, so, bro, how do I get gas? Wait a minute. Why does this look like...
If I ever get there, I could actually maybe figure it out, but I lost my ship. I'm 6,000 meters from my ship.
Really?
Yeah, because I accidentally pushed the stupid tarp, or opened the tarp thing up again, and I went flying out. I hate that stupid thing. I want a different ship.
But in here, let me come get you real quick, bro. Or maybe I got more gas, I don't know.
Yeah, the quantum gas runs out pretty quickly. Especially if you travel quite a distance, it will run out. So maybe it respawned it since you respawned it. I don't know.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. Systems green. Mission complete.
Do you see me floating there?
Okay, where'd you go?
Landing gear retracted.
The little area there where I'm floating at, that should be me.
Are you far away? Do you see me?
I see on your stream you're the 42 kilometer.
Okay.
That's me.
Gotcha.
That's like, my ship is like 6,000 meters from me, so it's probably closer to where you're at right now.
Let me make sure I idle my ship before I try to get you on, so that way I don't like fall off. I have my ship keep moving. How do I know I got gas? Where's my gas meter?
I think it's on your main screen. Maybe not. I'm not sure what it is. Whoa, he just flew past me.
See Daisy.
He went way back. 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Oopsies. Let's start slowing down now. There you go. Oh, there you go. But you'll have to open the door up because I can't get in it myself.
Okay, so I just press Y. Hop in, Jay. This is kind of cool.
Oh, ow, oh,
Oh,
that hurt.
oh, ah.
That door just smacked me. Ow, that hurt. Oh no, what the?
What happened to you, bro?
What the heck? Stop it.
Oh, do it again. I think I have to accept it. Move out your way. Alright, step back.
I'm stuck now. What the heck?
Oh, here, maybe this will help.
Ooh, oh, there we go. Finally. Oh, yeah. Oh, I found out. Face planted.
Are you in?
Yep, I'm in. Oh,
Okay.
what the heck? That was weird.
Alright, we got you in, bro. Are you able to fly my ship?
I think so, yeah. If you, I think I have that permission, but I think I can. I can actually set up here too.
Oh, there's no room in here. Hold on. There you go. You can get around now?
Let's see. Go.
Oh my god. We're epic failures.
Yep, it works.
Oh, cool.
Got your shit back?
No.
What the? That was creepy the way you went in there.
Yes. Okay, so now I gotta go get my ship.
Okay, so do you see my gas?
Okay. I see fuel, you got 82% fuel. Like actual fuel. I'm gonna stop completely. And let's see, don't open that up. Can I go down?
Oh, you're flying this crazy, bro.
I'm trying to look down at the rest of the menus, but it won't let me. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, okay. I see 82% fuel on one, but I think the quantum drive is what you're having issues with.
Yeah, because it's far. It says insufficient fuel. Maybe I gotta go somewhere kind of... Oh, you just passed it?
Whoa.
I saw that. It literally like almost ricocheted. Cool, you can take like the sound that we're hearing, bro, through the glass. Like, this is awesome. Oh my god, from this perspective, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, man. This game is interesting. Can be annoying at times.
Yeah, it can be very annoying.
But I I think that's the whole purpose of it, is to give you that simulation feel, but at the same time, you know, give you things to do.
Yeah, it's like, it's not like those simulator games like Star Trek. You know how Star Trek is, where oh yeah, you can teleport from here to there. In this game, you don't do that. You have to actually fly. Ooh.
There it is.
How did my ship actually stop that way? Okay, so
Ship's looking all crazy.
like, how the heck did I get it that way? Though? Let's see if I can actually open the door. Okay, so you might have to come close the door.
Magic!
See if I can miss my ship completely. That's so funny. I can see you on camera, but you can't see me.
Right.
Okay, can I open this door up here?
Flare ready.
Get in. Ah, what the heck happened? I just like, what the?
Let me see something here. Here shows power off. Open exterior. And what is this for? These arrows? I don't get it.
What the heck happened? Oh wow, my ship's like.
I see a couple things here. I can. Oh, that's guns. That's missiles. I got 4 missiles, guns. Wait, hold on. What does that say? Ejection. We don't want to do that.
My spaceship is screwed up.
Low power to engines. Low power to weapon systems. Low power to
Somehow I got
shields.
my
Low
ship
power
like
to
wacky.
engines. Low power to weapon systems. Low power to engines.
Wow, they did all this work for this game to get it fixed up so we could have a good open test or free play, and it's all screwed up.
Spool quantum drive, engine off, engine on. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any other options here. Okay, so gas, bro. How the heck do we get gas?
What is wrong with my ship? It's all screwed up.
Mine too, bro. It's not. Why is it not letting me?
Shields offline.
Let me turn it back on because my ship went crazy just now.
Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
When I got into the front hatch, my
Why is it not letting me? Bro. Oh, there we go.
I got hurt falling out of my ship. Wow. Okay. Cool. Oh wow. This is like the worst experience I've had with this game so far.
Okay, why is it doing this? It didn't do this before. It's flying weird. Did I do something here? Open ladder, open pilot canopy. Oh, I can just do it from the ship or here. I don't even have to get out.
Okay, finally, I got back on my ship the right way now. Sweet.
How come I can't turn, like, rotate Q and E?
Is not letting you rotate what?
Well, now it is. My shit's being weird, bro. Hold on, let me get it idle and then. Okay, I'm gonna press U.
Weapon systems offline.
Get out this chair and go back in. Maybe restart it because it looks like I think I pressed something and messed it up. All right, let's get back in.
Yeah, I went through the window glass to get back in my ship, and it like glitched me out. I'm like hanging out halfway out of the ship,
Aegis Combat Assist activated.
I had to actually go through the back door. It was crazy.
Okay, hold on. Where'd you go?
I'm right behind you.
Where was that station? Over there. Bro, my shit's driving weird. Hold on. Yeah, don't get too close to me. Yeah, it's being weird, bro. Why is it doing that? Why is it flying like this? I did something here. What did I just do?
Did you try exiting the pilot seat? Turn the ship off, turn it back on.
Yeah, I tried that.
75%.
Did you exit the pilot seat and go back in?
Oh, there's so many different option menus you could choose in this thing. What the? And now it's flying normal again, I think. Yeah, there we go. Jeez, warning, critical shields. Oh, maybe that's what happened. Alright, bro. Let me speed it up. Let's get over there. There's got to be a way to get fuel, bro. I don't want us to run out while we're out there.
Yeah, I've done that before. That's not fun. And now I'm getting this weird audio glitch. This is sweet.
Why is it not stopping? Oh, what's wrong with my what's my brakes?
Push S.
Landing gear deployed.
I'm trying, but it's not really.
My cruise control's not working. Nothing's working on my ship. Wow, what the heck is wrong with this game right now?
Yeah, bro, it's being weird. Something's wrong here. Like, everything's going crazy. I'm trying to take off. I can't take off.
I'm pushing down for my cruise control to stop and it's going forward. Okay, that's weird. Everything reversed now. What the?
Okay, how do we get fuel, bro? There's got to be a way.
I'm about ready to just crash this ship right into this thing. My ship's flying backwards. I don't know why it's flying backwards, but it's flying backwards.
Okay, I do see these icons here, so I think maybe this is where we get the fuel. My ship is not flying like it was.
My ship's like flying sideways and backwards.
But now it wants to stop. Okay, yeah, it wants to be weird. Yeah, I think this is the reload stations, judging by the way it looks.
This is annoying. My ship's just like flying sideways and backwards and forwards and every which direction but the way I want it to fly. I just crashed into the thing because my ship won't turn. That was playing right. What the? That was flying perfectly fine. Now. What the heck?
Or these are turrets. These are turrets, bro. Is that what those are?
Yep.
They are?
Yeah, those are turrets to like shoot down people that's not supposed to be here.
How do I get gas? get it, man. I really don't.
Okay, let's find a place to land and go inside. Let's see if we can figure it out.
You know what? Let me try something. While I'm here, let me F11. Let me contact these guys. See what's going on here. Yeah, let me contact them. Hold on. Oh, now I see your face.
Now it's working? What the?
Yeah, now it's working. And can go ahead and move your head. See if it tracks your camera. No.
It's not working?
Nope. Your character looks normal. Like it's not going along with your tracking. Oh, what the?
I just blew up my ship. I couldn't even fly it right.
Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering what the heck happened.
What the heck? It was flying perfectly fine for like 2 seconds.
Please
and it
proceed to
started
assigned landing bay.
being weird
Oh.
again.
It gave me a assigned landing bay. Okay. Where's that?
Yeah, I think they, whatever they did with the update, I think they screwed some stuff up.
Where the heck is my assigned landing bay? Where's my landing bay? Really? Give me a landing bay. I just called them. I don't see them.
Weird. Gave you like a number or something?
I'm looking at it right now. I don't see no landing bay it gave me. I see you out far. What the heck? Let me try contacting them again.
How many millions of miles away from you?
That request has already been granted.
This request has already been granted, but where? Where the heck is the landing bay? Oh no, it's just being weird again. Come on, don't do this now.
Just pick a spot and land. I don't know.
Oh, I found my landing bay. It's a little wrench icon, really? So it's on the outskirts.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, this little ridge. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Landing gear
And I'm a
detected.
bunch of miles away from you. Wow. This is getting annoying. Yeah, I definitely rent me another ship. I don't know if I have another ship to rent. I'm not messing with that one no more. I'm done with that one. Keep screwing up.
Okay, I
everything.
landed. Okay, yeah, so you just gotta contact them to get you a,
Weapon systems offline.
landing zone. Yeah, go ahead and contact them, get you a landing zone so you can get some fuel while you're here.
I'm not giving her a load back up again.
Okay, so now that I'm here,
I am so close.
and of course
to
I
it.
landed without my, Oh, I landed without my, no, without my wheels, bro.
Oh no, I did that earlier.
Enter ship. Oh, thank goodness it lets me go in this way.
Yeah, let's get back in your ship and put the wheels on. We're down. I did that earlier. I landed on an island or a planet and it did that. Wow.
Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green.
Oh, I gotta turn back in again.
Landing
See if
gear
this works.
deployed. Landing complete.
Landing
Shields
complete.
offline.
Have a pleasant stay.
There we go.
And watch me spawn back into the
The
place.
canopy doesn't want to open.
I wouldn't do the canopy. Yeah, there's something wrong with the canopy. I opened it earlier and like glitched out the whole ship.
Okay, so let me just enter it from front and back.
Yeah, we need to change ships. I think we need to go rent a ship.
Huh?
I think we might have to go rent a ship because this ship is being weird right now.
Yeah.
My ship did the exact same thing your ship did. Just it's being crazy.
Okay, so I'm parked. I got the wrench icon. I'm here. So now what?
Find a way to eat gas. I don't know how to do that. My chat won't even come on. What the heck? This game is like bugged out completely. Does your chat open?
No.
What the heck is going on with this game? Wow, they really broke this game.
Yeah, it's being weird.
The chat's going on. You can see the chat if you push F11, but F12, the chat is completely gone.
Right. Maybe it works when you're indoors.
I'm back at the base and it's still not working. And of course nobody's gonna answer because that's how they are. That's cool. 47 people in the server, nobody can even answer my question. Cool. Okay, where do I rent a ship at here? I want to rent a ship. I'm done with that ship. That ship is broken. I need a ship. No one can do that. Be rude, then.
Well, I'm still supposedly looking for this. Oh, did you get on here with me?
Not yet. I still have to get my ship back because I crashed it.
All right, so I'm in the lobby right now. There's gotta be like something.
Okay. What? While we're trying to figure this out.
There's gotta be something. All right, guys, here we go. Let's do this. Okay, so right now we're playing Star Citizen, which is a PC game, guys. It's pretty much like an open world exploration space game, right? I mean, there's a lot more to that, but we're still new to the game, so there's a lot we still need to learn, and we're pretty bad at like flying and things like that. All right, there he is. There he is. What's up, Zeus? How you been, bro? All right, so I'm checking like these different shops, bro, but I don't know where I need to go. I got Stegman's. I got BP Platinum Bay, but this looks like parts and stuff. I don't know. Nothing we could do with the ship console. Wow, my ship is that far away. No wonder that elevator takes so long to go to the lobby. Holy moly.
I'm asking the master right now how to get gas.
Oh yeah? That'd be a good idea, bro. That'd be a really good idea. Any luck, bro? Chat doesn't work for me, so let me actually look at the F11.
Yeah, he says, yeah, the same thing with mine. He says on Arc, Corp, Hurston, or rest station. So we're at a rest station. We just gotta find out where to get at.
Wait, what?
He's telling me now. He said at a rest station, which that's where we're at now, is a rest station. On the ship, press F1. Okay, so you gotta press
Wow, really?
Yep.
It would make sense that it would be near the ship, right?
There's an option in one of the menus. Okay. Wow. So that's what Eridar said. So he's telling me, he messaged me earlier, asked me how was the game going. I'm like,
why do I gotta make a claim when I parked my ship?
What
Are you serious? No, it shows my ship right there. Okay, I gotta find out which one I'm in, which hangar. Shoot.
Your ship should be on your screen somewhere, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but I gotta see if it takes me there. I chose pad 3, or pod 3. Let's see if that's the right one.
Okay, retrieve my ship. G1, okay.
Yep, I think this is the right spot. Yeah, wow, I chose the right one. Look at that. Okay, so I'm at my ship and just press F1?
Yep.
Really?
There should be an option there, yep. That easy.
Wow, man.
I thought we maybe had to like pump the gas ourselves.
You've exceeded the allotted time to depart.
Get
You'll
out
have to
and
return
get
your ship to
gas,
storage.
pump and go pump it yourself.
I exceeded the amount of time to park. What?
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
No, I was trying to vacate my ship. You crazy?
Oh, wow.
No, I'm getting in. Except for your safety. Yeah, Zeus, go with Stream Elements, bro. It's really good. And it's free, too. So, if you don't want no headaches, just go Stream Elements. It's so much easier to set up. Alright, press F1.
Well, even that new one with
Initiating
Twitch
ship storage
streaming,
procedure.
that's pretty good,
For
too.
your
When I
safety,
seen
please
it.
vacate the area.
Oh, O2 tank.
Cooperation.
Power output. Where's my gas? Okay, F1 and then what? What the? Wow, it stored my ship. I'm done.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Okay, so where you at now? There you
Pad
are.
3. Now I gotta go back to pad 3. I gotta wait for the elevator to come to me because it still remembers it's empty. Oh, here we go.
No, I hate
That's
that
it.
stupid.
That's crazy, bro.
I hate this ship. I seriously hate this ship. I will never get this ship. So basically, when you're in the ship, do not push F at all.
Don't press F at all.
Yeah, every time I push F, it like kicks me right out of the ship.
Okay. Well, maybe now everything will work on it because I know I was having issues with the canopy. So I'm back at the ship now.
Is there a mission still on there? Probably not. Keep trying to relog.
Oh, so don't be sitting in a chair, you mean?
Yeah, if you're sitting in the canopy, do not push F at all. It will screw you over.
Alright, I see it now. Vehicle status. Suit tank. It says tank 2 100. Well, which one is for the... Vehicle loadout manager. Let me try that. Missiles. Quantum drive. Systems, shields, power. Nah, bro, there's nothing here, man. I don't know, man.
Click on... Which one did I just click on? The vehicle maintenance services.
Okay, hold on. F1, right?
Yep. It'll be like the second to last one, right next to the contracts.
Vehicle maintenance services. Okay. Restock. Repair. Refuel hydrogen. Oh, well, how do I know what I need?
It should have... You have to restock onto it.
That's it? That's all I gotta do?
Yep. The one that says 144, yeah, you can refill all those, and you can also do a little bit of repair.
How do I know if it worked?
Just push it again. You can go back into it and see if they'll say not available. It's filled.
No, I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's working.
You gotta click onto it and click confirm.
Yeah, I do, but not doing anything.
Maybe it takes a while. I don't know.
This is so weird, bro.
Yeah, I think we picked the worst time to play this game.
Oh man, it is legit being weird right now. What is going on? Why?
I'm trying to get back to you, and I can't even get back to you. What the heck? You're 1.8 million miles away from me, and I can't get. There's like nothing around you that I can actually go to.
Okay, F1, vehicle maintenance. I see it right there. I probably gotta relog. My balance ain't going down. I don't know if it's not doing it. Or my balance is staying the same.
Only thing I can figure out is
Maybe does it auto refuel when you rest?
mine does if you like wreck it, blow it up. Mine did when refueled.
Hmm.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. Systems green.
Why can't there be a place that I could spool to? That's just annoying. I'm looking right at you and I can't spool to you. It's just awesome.
All right. I need to see if how do I do this, bro?
So I'm at Crusader. I'm like right next to you. I can't get to you. Cool.
Oh no.
Maybe leave the ship and go back in? I have no clue. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. It should show up like automatically, but
Yeah. So I see it. I press it. Nothing. I try to while the vehicle's on, off, in the chair, out the chair. Am I supposed to do it outside?
you can try it outside, yeah. We could try walking out of your ship and walk back in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I never did fuel. I'm never gonna get there. Oh, finally now. Wow, it gives me the option to wait.
I'm gonna get an F1. Okay. Vehicle status. We won't let you do it while you're in here. While parked at an appropriate pad or hangar, simply utilize the app from the pilot seat. Purchase various maintenance services. Okay.
So now it's not available. So maybe get back in and see if it actually still says the same thing.
Oh.
Because that's when it doesn't need fuels, when it has the not available. So maybe it worked.
Okay, F1 from here.
Try it inside and see if it does the same thing, because it should be fine now.
Yeah, it ain't working, bro. My money ain't going away. It's still the same thing.
We lost those missions, by the way, too, so.
We good?
Yep. Because I had to relog and
Oh.
do the missions that I had, so. Gotta get some more missions set up.
Hmm.
This game's being kind of a pain in the butt tonight.
Mm-hmm. They didn't do this last time.
I think it's just too many people trying to play at the same time and making the server and everything else buggy.
Yeah.
So another bounty. There's another bounty. I got trace ones this time too, so that's cool. Okay, let's do these.
Honestly, bro, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Thank you, Zeus. Yeah, get Stream Elements, bro. Did you get the link? Man.
Too many people online, it broke the server. Okay, so I have to ask for permission to land, okay?
Yeah, you didn't get the Stream Elements link? Hold on, bro. Alright, bro. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way. Oh, and by the way, I got my weapons license on the GTA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you get your weapons license and the pistol's only like 1,000. So it's not too bad. The ammo's pretty cheap. And then you can buy light body armor.
Cool.
So all in all, it's not bad. I guess, you know, just... And I like the animation when you draw your gun. It's like more like realistic. You know, just like whoop it out of nowhere. Like it actually has to like go behind the back and grab it. And it was kind of cool.
Cool.
Are you watching on the phone? Yeah, well, you could go to streamelements.com on your phone too, Zeus. If you need any help with it, bro, just let us know. We'll help you out. Pretty simple. Just sign up and then just set up to activate what you want and don't want. You know, however you want to use it. But the good thing about Stream Elements, so at least you'll have your hours and ranks. And that's why people ask, because I'm not going to lie, like myself, I love channels that has points because, you know, they accumulate. Like right now in J, I got a lot of points. Let me see how many I have. 13. Damn, I got so many tabs open, bro. Hold on. Oh my god. Where's your channel? Oh, here you are. Right here. And I think it crashed. Yep. I think it crashed. Oh, Zeus is playing Roblox right now. Look at that. Yeah, I think I crashed my browser. Oops, shit daisy. Whatever it is. Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm here already. Yeah, right now it's Jay, me, and Stream Elements hanging out. Why is Trickspot not in there?
He's like, he did that.
Yeah.
This channel's boring.
No, I don't think I don't know if your points are working, bro.
Yeah, I think I have to go live like what, and I haven't been doing it.
Love the FPS out here, bro. It's amazing. They need to really work on like buildings and optimize it to way. I understand they want to make it look super beautiful, but the way they're going about with it, it's just not hardware friendly.
It's not anything friendly.
Right. Yeah, let me go see what happened to Trickspot, bro. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go check on him. Alright.
Do you know too much about fixing a monitor?
We got this, bro. We just gotta figure out. Who what? How we gonna do this, bro? What's your help? What is it doing?
I keep crashing so much. Me and Mike.
Oh.
I just crashed another ship. In 1 turn. I was right there next.
I know the
to
bounty
you.
is like the one where we chase somebody and hunt them down or whatever.
Yep.
That would have been kind of cool.
Until I had to log out because the server's being weird right now.
Did you at least park it here though?
I was getting ready to land there, and I was trying to find a place to land, and I crashed into one of the.
Well, I don't think you're far from here anyway. Yeah, you're close, bro. Look at you.
Yeah,
You're not that bad.
Do you think it'd be easy to fix a broken monitor screen?
I don't know. My one monitor doesn't work, and I didn't even bother. It depends what's wrong with it.
It just said that there's like a minor crack into it. They want $20 for this curved monitor screen. I just want to, if it's worth buying, because it's a Samsung, so it's a good brand. It's just, is it worth buying the parts to fix it?
Right.
It's a gaming monitor. It's nice, but the screen's cracked.
Me, I get more into details. To me, it's all about color temperatures, contrast ratio, things like that. How many hertz and refresh rate? What's the input lag? What's the latency? You know, all that puts into factor of whether or not you should put money back in or not. Because nowadays you get monitors real cheap.
Yeah. This one here, he said it's 120 hertz. He thinks, and it's a Samsung. I can't remember what the name of the brand was, but it's a Samsung something. Looks nice, but there's like one edge that's like cracked.
Yeah, the curves do that a lot. I mean, I don't know. I will look and see what the normal repair cost would be first before getting it.
Yeah, because if it's more than what it's actually worth, it'll find something else. I like to have a better.
It might even be a TV, so be careful.
Okay,
Most people buy the small Samsung TVs, like little HD TVs, and then just use them as monitors. And then, even though, yeah, it's 120 hertz, but only if you're connecting it through like a device or whatever, like your cable.
Yeah.
Not for like computers or Xboxes or anything.
Yeah, it says it's a actual monitor, but of course you never trust anybody because people lie. It says a broken curved monitor.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know what the heck's going on. Well, let's at least do a bounty. I give up. I'm gas. I'm just gonna drive it.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. Systems green.
Did you get a mission yet?
No, I'm just sitting there. I was looking up the part, but I don't see anything yet. I gotta get my ship back because I crashed.
complete.
If I keep having these issues, I might have to just quit.
Landing gear retracted.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Let's get some missions. See if I got any good ones. Okay, there's one.
Quantum travel initiated.
Did you get my missions?
No, do them again. My bad.
Alert. Emergency stop.
Attention. I have been authorized to scan your vehicle for contraband. Please halt and stand by. Okay, thanks. You're clear to proceed.
Did I just see Space Police chase the contraband? Wait, what?
Yeah, they will do that. Yep.
What are they? What?
And if you get caught with that stuff on you, you better just take off.
Yeah, him and his buddy with that AI.
Okay, so which one are we doing? Did you get the mission this time?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so you got the pickup one, so which one do you got set up?
Let me take a look.
There's 2 pickups, what the heck?
Contracts. Holy crap, what the? I don't know what's what, bro, because all these missions have like different names and
Okay, you should have 4 missions that are accepted.
Yeah.
Okay, which one do you have selected? Like set up to track?
So it looks like we have 3 bounties here. We got Verge, Dion, and Vicari. Which one do you want? Which one pays good? Holy crap, we get paid good with these.
Yeah, the batteries are pretty good. So which one you're tracking on that one? Let's see. You're tracking the bottom one, so...
That one's 8,000. You want 8,000 or 10,000?
10,000 one's pretty good. We can do all of them. We can...
How fast are they?
It depends on where you have to go and how many people there are you have to kill. Because mine
Give me 1 second.
kind of
I can get
bad.
ready.
Oh, you still got the same mission I got. What the heck? You're doing the same mission I got. What? How's that possible?
Let's go ahead and get this done. Let's do that. Let's do that 10,000 real quick. See what that's all about.
Okay, I'll see if I get closer to you.
Yeah, well, I got close to you already. Custom quantum travel fuel is low. Seriously, man?
It's still low. What the?
It wasn't working for me. What about this planet? Can I refuel gas here?
Certain ones you can. Like the big planets.
This one's a small one.
Which planet is it? Does it say?
No.
There's Hurston. I'll check through Aaron said. Hurston, Arc Corp, which we were just at, you were just at, and the rest.
Which one?
The rest stations.
Oh. Which one's close? Alright, probably this one, right? Yeah, this one. Wow, 22 for the local bounty? Holy dear jeez. Alright, I got that mark. I'm going to the HUR L3.
Quantum
See if I can find
initiated.
it. HUR L3. Okay. There.
You found it?
Yep.
Alright, I'm quantuming it over there now.
We should work for me because it never does. Cause yeah, it's just.
Well,
weird
if it doesn't
like
refuel, maybe I'll park it and even come back. I don't know if that works, but then I'll lose my contracts, right? Or you can re-invite me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The contracts you have right now, you will lose some, but I can
I think I might just need a relog because I think everything's all screwed up.
Yeah, everything's screwed up for me too.
Actually, this gets us close to our bounty anyway. Look, the bounty's going down as we're going here. That's pretty good.
Now I can actually teleport to you. Sweet. We're quantum to you.
Oh, I got stopped.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble. That popo's gonna get you.
Going around me though. Clear.
I just got stopped too.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, so we're going Earth 3.
Yeah.
Oh no, I got that popo scanning me.
They did?
Yep. I had nothing anyway, so they can scan me all they want.
Right.
Initiated.
Dude, I just barely got into Quantum 2 and they stopped me. Wow. So messed up. This is profiling.
Yeah. You know what I love is when I'm in people's channels and I got more points than the streamer. That's bad.
That's weird.
That means they don't even lurk in their own channels. Like, I'm in my channel all the time. It just doesn't look right if your streamer's not active. That means you literally only go on your channel when you're live and that's it. But it's your channel, you know? You don't like... I don't know. It's weird. To refill, park, or on a pad or hanger and use your vehicle maintenance Mobi app. Yeah, I tried that. Well, this one we're gonna find out.
It's being super glitchy tonight. They're gonna have to do an emergency patch to get this fixed. Because if it's gonna be like this, nobody's gonna play.
I know, not yours, Zeus. You don't have one yet.
He's got more. I bet you got more points than.
I think your points are locked. I put Trick Spot back in there, so he's in there too.
Yeah, I don't know why my points don't work when it's offline, because I got set up to offline.
A lot of people had problems with that at first. I think there's some kind of authentication you need to do with Stream Elements, because a lot of people had that issue, and then there's a workaround for it.
Yeah, last time when I went live, I get put in, and then after
It was like today.
reset the self.
Today I went in the channel and it said my watch time was 0 seconds. I'm like, I'm here all day. How is it 0 seconds? Let me see what my watch time is in yours. Yours counted my hours, see, but I think it just paused maybe because you haven't been live in a while.
Could be, yeah.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Yeah, I just got it. I put those last RAM sticks that I had, the one that went bad and the one that I was using, and somebody offered me $7.50 for them. Are you serious?
Wait, is this where I'm going?
I think so, yep.
Insufficient fuel. Hold on. Oh no, it's over here. The her L3, right?
Yep.
Oh, I see you.
I just got them stopped right next to you. Feels like right in front of us.
Right. Alright, I finally made it here. Yeah, I gotta get some fuel, man.
Yeah, every time I crash mine, I get like refueled right away, so I don't have to worry about it. So if you have to, if it doesn't work, I'd just crash my ship and then just place it.
Right.
Because we'll just spawn you back to the next planet that I was at, like 1 million miles or kilometers away, so.
That sun is so bright, I can't see anything.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Where, is this where the gas goes? Right here, this place?
I think so. Oops.
Yep, that's it. Alright, let me contact these guys.
Is that the place?
Calling.
Please proceed to assigned
That
landing
is the
bay.
place, what the heck?
Okay, they gave me a sign landing bay. Very nice. Which bay do they want me to go to?
Ooh, that sun, I can't see nothing. No, I'm gonna crash.
They gave me the bay, I see it. Alright, did you F11 and call them?
No, yeah, I gotta get closer. I can't even see it. The sun is just blinding me, I can't see nothing. Whoa.
Landing gear deployed.
Look at F11.
Landing complete.
I would like to land here. Give you permission.
Complete. Have a pleasant stay.
I'm right next to you. On my landing bay. Cool.
I think it kind of worked. I'm not sure.
They want me to land here. There's a ship here. Oh, no, I guess not. That's not a ship. Never mind.
don't understand. Why is it not working? Not available, not available. So it repaired my ship. It just didn't. Yeah, I think now it's working.
Yeah, I did. Woohoo! You're gonna refill it. What the? And then it just went back to normal. And you want to refill the quantum.
How do I check that?
It should be the same way that you just checked it.
I wish you gave us like a stats bar.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, see, mine are all not available, not available, not available, not available.
Let me see if it actually worked. Alright, let me get back in and then we're gonna start it up.
If it doesn't work, I guess you just gotta crash your ship, because it's quick.
Alright.
That works for me every time.
You know, with being on here and parking it, I should be able to be fine.
Aegis Combat Assist activated. System green.
Yeah, fuel is 64%. Which one's quantum? Oh, I think quantum is 100.
Launch complete.
Where was our mission?
Thank you, and please visit again.
Let me see it scanning. Insufficient fuel.
Still? Yep, you might just want to crash your ship.
Quantum travel initiated. Landing gear retracted.
I'm going to the bounty now. Or what if I... What if I open pilot canopy?
Oh yeah, the bounty you have to share it with me so I can see where you're going.
You said what?
The bounty you have to share it with me so I can see where you're going because I can't see anything.
Oh shoot! Okay, hold on.
Yeah, don't open don't open the canopy. Never do that.
I'm doing that for now because I was gonna kill myself.
Oh.
This is the one we're tracking. Alright, share. Did you get it?
Okay, there you go, I got it.
And let me give you this one just to be safe. That one.
Yeah, those were originally mine, but since I had to leave and come back, they became yours. Is the place you're going 18 million miles away?
What?
Is the planet you're going to, is it 18 million kilometers?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to the right place then, because I see like 5 or 6 different numbers, so I was like, it's kind of confusing. Yeah, your ship is definitely glitched. I know mine's ship glitched too, so I had to crash it again, and it's working fine now. But
Oh yeah.
there's definitely some issues right now. I think it's just too many people on the server at the same time, and it's just making the game just be weird.
It might be. How is it that the bedroom I can't breathe, but the other rooms I can? And yet I can have the canopy open, front part. That's so weird. Oh, Thomas, you already know I picked the women, man.
That short hair just looks horrible on her though. Why did they do that? Why did they make you have short hair? Yeah, jump out, that works. Now you're dying, I can hear you dying.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Okay, so I'm waking up now. Let me make sure I put my clothes on.
Yeah, you can't be running around naked. All the guys would be looking at you.
15 FPS is real.
Her chest is in the way good.
Alright.
Hopefully you got your outfit out.
Yeah, I got it on. My FPS came back. Oh, don't tell me I'm back at ARC. I think I'm back at ARC group.
Really?
Oh my god. You didn't start me at the arrest station? For real, man? Look, no, I'm 49,000. Oh, jeez. My luck. I'm meant to never leave this place.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't go back to that place again. It's cool and everything, but to end the game at that place, no. Delamar, any of those other places are good, but nope, not that one. What the heck is that? Is that your shower?
Yeah.
You wanna take a shower now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, look how the faucet comes in and out. That's cool.
Oh, toilet paper hinge, cool. Oh, sweet. Oh, that's cool. Toilet paper comes out too, that's cool.
Right? Hey, at least you never have to worry about your roll getting wet or anything like that. Like, it sucks in and out. I like that. It's good toilet paper right there. Cool. That was actually pretty interesting. Oh, man.
I think they said that they're going to actually add that later too. You have to go to the bathroom and all that stuff too. I was like, okay.
They're probably going to make it like a Sims.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, gosh. You know what, Jay? Since I'm so far away, man, I think we're going to have to save this. I think today was a bunch of dying and learning and troubleshooting.
Yeah, it's just so glitchy right now.
Oh, man, it is. I get back here, I just lost so much FPS. Yeah, ARC is terrible for frame rate.
Yeah, it is.
But it is nice.
I just can't do this anymore like this either because I'm getting tired of dying and I have to crash my ship because my ship's glitched out or something happened.
Yeah, like I couldn't even refuel my ship. Like, what am I supposed to do?
You know, I'm not too huge of a fan of this ship anyway. I don't like this ship. It's that canopy thing. I hate that. You just click F and it just opens up automatically. I didn't click on that.
Man.
I've died 3 times because the canopy popping open.
Oh, gosh. I think we should take a break. I think it's getting late. We need to get some rest. We'll continue on another day, guys.
I'm gonna raid a ship next time. I'm definitely gonna.
That's exactly what we're gonna do here right now, because first of all, we've been on here for quite a bit. So let me go ahead and double check just to make sure here, guys. Yep, long enough, and that's not counting the stream earlier when we did some Call of Duty.
Like 4 hours.
Yep.
Probably about 2 hours.
Thank you, guys. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you guys in the next podcast. See you later.